Howdy, everyone. How are we doing tonight? Might just be rocking it solo tonight, and that's okay. Hang on. Boom. There we go. Good evening, everybody. I hope that's not mirrored the wrong way. Hope you can read my hat here. Well, we've got these on the way. Make Atlantis great again. This is Dr. Narco Longo with the Florida Department of Magic, and we're coming to you live from Palm Beach County, Lake Worth Beach. And we're going to be reading from the King James Version Bible. We're going to be reading from Genesis, as we have been these last couple of weeks. And, oh yeah, these are going to be for sale, by the way, but we're going to keep that to the end. You know, we don't want to do any money grubbing, money changing, Pharisee type nonsense at the beginning of the show. So we'll save it to the end for the money grubbing. But these will be for sale. So we're going to be reading from Genesis chapter 8 and 9. And we read 7 yesterday. Not yesterday, a week ago or so. And yeah, the flood of Noah, Noah's Ark. And yeah, we've got Brandon helping me out behind the scenes. So dropping orange in the chat for some appreciation for Brandon. Let me plug my computer in here. Like I said, I'm going to be rocking solo, but Shem might be popping in as well. Boom. We're in business. And guys, let's just do a quick little prayer for Shem, since that poor, helpless soul lost and afraid in Tartaria. No, just kidding. But he might pop in here in a sec. So let's just get right into it. We'll do a little recap of chapter 7. Yep, the flood came 40 days and 40 nights. Everything died. The waters prevailed. And chapter 8. Let's get into it. If you want to recap, go back to the last video. So, chapter 8, Genesis. Let's get right into it. And God remembered Noah and every living thing, and all the cattle that was with him in the ark. And God made a wind to pass over the earth, and the waters assuaged. The fountains also of the deep and the windows of heaven were stopped, and the rain from heaven was restrained, and the waters returned from off the earth continually. And after the end of the 150 days, the waters were abated. And the ark rested in the 7th month, on the 7th day of the 7th. And the ark rested in the 7th month, on the 7th day of the 7th. Shit. 2 stone, guys. Maybe a little bit too much Lord's holy incense tonight, but. And the ark rested in the 7th month, on the 17th day of the month, upon the mountains of Ararat. And the waters decreased continually until the 10th month. In the 10th month, on the 1st day of the month, were the tops of the mountains seen. And it came to pass at the end of 40 days that Noah opened the window of the ark, which he had made, and he sent forth a raven, which went forth to and fro, until the waters were dried up from off the earth. Also he sent forth a dove from him, to see if the waters were abated from off the face of the ground. But the dove found no rest for the sole of her foot, and she returned unto him into the ark. For the waters were on the face of the whole earth. Then he put forth his hand and took her, and pulled her in unto him into the ark. And he stayed yet other 7 days. And again he sent forth the dove out of the ark. And the dove came in to him in the evening, and lo, in her mouth was an olive leaf plucked off. So Noah knew that the waters were abated from off the earth. And he stayed yet other 7 days, and sent forth the dove, which returned not again unto him any more. Okay, they found land. And it came to pass in the 601st year, in the first month, the first day of the month, the waters were dried up from off the earth. And Noah removed the covering of the ark, and looked, and behold, the face of the ground was dry. And in the second month, on the 7th and 20th day of the month, was the earth dried. And God spake unto Noah, saying, Go forth of the ark, thou, and thy wife, and thy sons' wives with thee. Bring forth with thee every living thing that is with thee, of all flesh, both of fowl and of cattle, and of every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth, that they may breed abundantly in the earth, and be fruitful, and multiply upon the earth. And Noah went forth, and his sons, and his wife, and his sons' wives with him, every beast, every creeping thing, and every fowl, and whatsoever creepeth upon the earth, after their kinds, went forth out of the ark. And Noah builded an altar unto the Lord, and took of every clean beast, and of every clean fowl, and offered burnt offerings on the altar. And the Lord smelled a sweet savor, and the Lord said in his heart, I will not again curse the ground any more for man's sake, for the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth. Neither will I again smite any more everything living, as I have done. While the earth remaineth, seedtime and harvest, and cold and heat, and summer and winter, and day and night shall not cease. Alrighty. That's chapter 8 of Genesis. And let's break it down a little bit. Well, in chapter 7, we talked about the flood coming and all the life dying, all the creatures dying off. You know, the shape of the earth was potentially reshaped, potentially not, but it says the water reached to the highest mountain peaks. Well, in chapter 8, it says that God remembered Noah. Now, something to start off, you always want to look at the first sentence of a chapter. Remember. Mem is Hebrew for, I know Mayim is water in Hebrew, but if I'm not mistaken, Mem is kind of like the letter or, single syllable meaning water. And memory has to do with water. Remember, right? Your member is where the water comes out. Okay. Well, Mem has a connection with water. I know someone in the chat will know this better than me. But yeah, let's shut them kitties up. Bunch of tally cats making noise. So remember, the word remember has to do with water. That's all I'm saying. And every living thing and all the cattle that was with him in the ark. So cattle, another thing to notice, cattle might imply all of the animals involved in agriculture, not just cows. Cows would be the chief animal, but cattle is often used in the Bible to mean to mean all animals used in agriculture, roughly. So when you hear cattle, just keep that in mind. Now, when it says God made a wind to pass over the earth and the waters assuaged, well, in chapter 7, remember we talked about the fountains of the deep. Now, deep beneath bedrock, there's water, infinite water. Don't listen to these green agenda, ego friendly climate activists, right? These people who would like you to believe that water is finite, that we're running out, right? Or that too much is melting or too much is drying up. It's, can't make their mind up a lot of the time. So the ego friendly, green, cha-ching, green minded, green deal, cha-ching. Yep. Well, all those people would like you to believe that there's a finite amount of water, that we might even run out of water, that we could abuse our water. We could consume our water to the point that it disappears or, the balance is thrown out. No, 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 no. God holds that balance. Mother Nature holds that balance. There's so much water pumping out of the ground. Okay. Mother Nature doesn't even know what to do with it. It just oozes out. Well, Mother Nature knows what to do with it. We don't really take note. Now, my cat's making a ruckus here in the background, so forgive me. But primary water, right, under Florida especially, there's ample fresh water. Florida is the highest concentration of freshwater springs in the world. In the last video, chapter 7, last live stream, we talked about Florida being the highest concentration of freshwater springs in the world. It's hard to ignore that when we're talking about the place where Noah departed. Florida could disappear like that with a significant, not with a not so significant rise in sea level. Florida could disappear. Excuse me. All right. A little peace and quiet now. So, there's a ton of water under the earth, right? It's not running out. In fact, we're pretty much at max capacity right now. If you take a look around, you'll see the continents we're living on right now is pretty much the tippy top of what's out there in the ocean. And we're pretty much at a full bathtub right now. Bathtub's pretty full. So there is good evidence to show we're still recovering from this flood. Somewhat. So the fountains of the deep were stopped. The windows of heaven were stopped. It rains a heck of a lot in Florida, doesn't it? So we were talking about Noah departing from the southeast United States, which is not that crazy of a theory. The Bible does not tell us where Noah departed from. It only gives us a handful of names, like Havilah, Ethiopia, and those names could easily be transferred. We've all seen places like New England, New York, right? People are not that creative, especially when they get off a boat. They take the names they came with. So I believe the names of the 4 rivers of Eden were transferred to Eurasia after the flood. Now, is this, just some theory? Is this some like Atlantis stuff? Just some theory? No. It's universally recognized that the horse spent millions of years, quote unquote, evolving in the Americas, in North America, up until 10,000 years ago, the exact same time frame as Plato's flood of Atlantis, catastrophic fall of Atlantis. Is that a coincidence? So the horse disappears from the American continent, North American continent, and then appears for the first time in Eurasia a mere couple thousand years ago. It might have been as recently as 6,000 years ago. How many people knew that? This is mainstream timelines, but bear with me because you can go do some digging yourself and you can substantiate this. This isn't like your dinosaur thing where it's, $1 million dig sites and only the professionals allowed in. No, you can take a couple Home Depot tools and go find a shit ton of horse fossils in Florida, even in South Carolina, Georgia. The Southeast United States is not only one of the most fossil producing areas in the world because of the limestone and the mineral water and the bogs, the phosphate beds, because the horse, camel, cheetah, lion, all of these originated in the Southeast United States and then disappear sometime after the Ice Age, quote unquote, and then appear in Eurasia. The horse being the big one. The horse is the nail in the coffin on its own. So the horse was present in the Americas, ceases to exist in the Americas about 10,000 years ago or so. It might have even been 4,000 years ago. They don't make up their mind always. So when the horses disappear in the Americas, there could have been a catastrophe. That's what they actually say. A catastrophe killed them off. They don't even say humans were riding them yet. That's what they say, but who knows? They were present in the Southeast United States, which very much substantiates the idea that the Garden of Eden was in the Florida Panhandle, the Southeast United States, the exact vicinity of the world's only four-headed river system. And, horse needs man. Man needs horse. The horse wasn't just running around on his own. To see him disappear from the Americas 10,000 years ago and reappear in Eurasia as recently as maybe 6,000 years ago. Now, don't stress me. Don't pinch me on that lapse of time there, that couple thousand years. Who knows what was going on? But disappeared from the Americas, appears in Eurasia. Very much in line with a Noah's Ark story. Putting horses on the Ark in the Southeast United States. They ceased to exist in the Americas. Then after the flood, voila, they're running around Eurasia. Not to mention a whole lot of other species too. A whole lot of them being painted on Egyptian temples too. A whole lot of Florida birds, Florida bobcats. Oh yeah, done plenty of videos on that, guys. Go check out some of my other videos if you want to see Egyptian animals, Florida animals, native Florida animals in Egyptian art. Very cool stuff. So the horse was taken across the Atlantic, probably on Noah's Ark, and that's the story that we're kind of chasing right here. All right. So Fountains of the Deep. We talked about Wakulla Springs in Northwest Florida, right near the Apalachicola River area, right by the world's only four-headed river system that I talk about so much, the true Four Rivers of Eden. Wakulla Springs is the largest, deepest, and highest magnitude freshwater spring in the world. And there's a whole lot of other springs like that in the area and in Florida, because it's the highest concentration of freshwater springs in the world. And the karst systems, the underwater caverns. I think we're just going to watch some of them. We're just gonna have to watch some of it. I'm gonna pull up some video of diving. Oh man. Yeah, sorry for the dead air. No co-host here, but Show of Orange is if you like the new intro, guys. Let me know what you think. So I'm gonna try and pull up a video here of the fountains of the deep, what that might have looked like. Okay. Um, all right, guys, bear with me. Getting a really cool download here. I'm downloading 5D Indigo Child Ascension download incoming. No, just kidding. I'm downloading WikiWatchy video. RIP to Brett Hemphill. He was on the show one time, passed away last year. RIP, man. That guy was balls of steel. But we're going to take a look at what the fountains of the deep might look like. It's really worth looking into. I think you guys will really like it. This is WikiWatchy, so a little farther away, but right in the same ballpark as Wakulla. So in chapter 8, it starts off with rain, right? God start the fountains of the deep stop and the windows of heaven. Anyone who lives in Florida know what windows of heaven means, okay? That should be coming down like cats and dogs, right? We've been having hail in the middle of summer these last couple of weeks, right? So an unusual summer this year, but even so, you're still seeing a lot of storms. And I remember growing up how much it would rain, how much it would storm in Boca Raton, Florida. I mean, I've never been anywhere else in the world where it rains like this. I haven't been to South America and Hawaii and other tropical places much, but I've grown up in Florida my whole life, and I've seen some flooding like you wouldn't believe. Nothing too dangerous because Florida is built for it, but yeah. So I think we all can visualize the above ground effects, but I just want to show you the source for some of these things. Now, this is WikiWatchy. I'm getting better, guys. Yeah, I'm trying to BS talk NPC dialogue while I download this video. So this is usually when I'd have Shem talking. But boom, we're in. All right, guys. This is WikiWatchy. This is footage from a group of Florida cave divers. One of them is Brett Hemphill. RIP to Brett Hemphill. He died doing this, doing what he loves in Texas. So we don't want to dwell on that too much, but all blessings out to him. Super brave guy, a very good friend of Spencer from Florida too. So we want to give all the respect we can. Thank him for this footage, but this footage is mind blowing. This is why people like that go down there. It is otherworldly, and I think you might see what it means. when God says fountains of the deep. All right. This is Wikiwachi. There's a little area called Minas Tirith. Boom. We're in it right now, guys. This is a smaller portion. A lot of people aren't aware of what's underneath Florida. So if you're just listening right now, go ahead and give your screen a look so you can see what we're all looking at. Now, when God says fountains of the deep, I think this is what he means. And when I say Wakulla Springs is the largest, deepest, highest magnitude freshwater springs on Earth, and it's bigger than this one, I think you guys can start to envision just what's underneath Florida. So, if Noah was living in a place like the Florida Panhandle, and God says he opened the fountains of the deep, not a big leap, right? Doesn't take much imagination to see the chain of events here. If these things started pulsing upwards, Florida would disappear like that. If the pressure was a little different on these, I mean, look at how large these caverns are. This is not the ocean. This is not the ocean. This is under someone's living room. This is under a Winn-Dixie. Wow. And you can see the layers. But man, this is under the middle of Florida. This is fresh water. They say that they can, when we were interviewing Brett, he said he takes his mask off and can take a gulp of water. You don't have to bring any water. You just take your mask off and take a gulp. Yep, this is karst. This is, you could call this a karst limestone. Swiss cheese effect. The big gaps inside of limestone. This is why Florida is the sinkhole capital of the world too. So all right. This is the fountains of the deep. And God also says he stopped the rain. The rain was restrained. So, oh, well, another thing to notice is the windows of heaven and the rain from heaven seem to be separate, or they're differentiated at least. 150 days, the waters were abated. Now, when you're seeing 7th, 17th, 7, 7, you're seeing all these sevens. Of course, this is God's number. This is the good luck. This is God's gracious, benevolent nature being known. 7 days of creation, 7 chakras, 7 colors of the rainbow, 7 planets in astrology, 7 alchemical metals, 7 notes in a major scale. You guys get it. So the when you see sevens, you can kind of see God. Jackpot too. Thank you. Good comment. 777. The devil is 666, right? Well, God, the good God, is 777. Jackpot. Benevolent. Abundance. Okay, so the waters, he lands on Mount Ararat. Well, as you're looking at the fountains of the deep there, I'm going to cue up another picture. Hey, Brandon, can you cue up some pictures, maybe just a Google search of mountains of Ararat, please? Doesn't have to be one, just so that people get an idea of the landscape where Noah's Ark is said to have landed. Because we're talking about it departing from the southeast United States. Let's see what it looked like where it landed. Now we're going to be shouting out Ron Wyatt as well. So Ron Wyatt is a researcher, perhaps the researcher who spent the most time, most blood, sweat, and tears looking for the place where Noah's Ark landed. And I think they were focusing on two main sites, him and a lot of other researchers. You have the strange boat-shaped thing in the mountains of Ararat lower, and then you have the Ararat anomaly boat-shaped thing at the tippy top of the Mount Ararat. So a little confusing. There's the mountains of Ararat, and there's multiple proposed arcs there. Then there's one or two sites at the tippy top of Mount Ararat, the single mountain, where some people say. Now, remember, we talked last time about how the Bible's written for the villager. The Bible's written so that a child can understand it. So simple that a child can understand it, and so bare bones and stripped of any advanced technology so that a tribal person can pick it up and start reading it and not be lost in translation or lost with certain technological innovations that they wouldn't have been familiar with. So it's written for the shepherd, right? It's written with shepherd's vocabulary. So also, just in storytelling in general, it's common for large groups of people to be summed up, boiled down into one person for the sake of storytelling, for the sake of brevity, for the sake of, dialogue. It's hard to weave an entire race of people into a small story. So often large groups of people are represented by one character. Now, Noah and his small family may have been an entire nation of people. It may have been an entire fleet of Atlantis. It may have been one of the lost tribes of Atlantis. One of the kingdoms, kingdoms that spread outward from Atlantis. It may have been the people defending against the Atlanteans. There's a whole bunch of theories out there, but there's a general consensus that someone landed in Eurasia and brought civilization with them. And you only get your Sumeria and your so-called Fertile Crescent because these people wandered down from the mountains and rekindled civilization in Sumeria and the surrounding areas. So, and they brought the horse with them from the Americas. The horse landed in the mountains of Ararat, and from there you get the Central Asian horse riding culture that would become the Scythians and, all these other, the progenitors of the Hun and the Mongols and all these different horseback riding empires. All of this was started from whatever. So what I was saying was Noah could be representative of a whole lot of people. Now, since we're at the since we already got through chapter 8, it's good. I see some maybe some triggered commenters here. It might be worth recapping our disclaimers. Okay. Before we get into chapter 9, and we're going to finish recapping. We're going to finish examining chapter 8, but just some disclaimers here for the NPC triggered normies who have demons inside them that Jesus provokes, right? That triggers them. Disclaimers. All world religions exalt Jesus, but Jesus does not exalt the other world religions. This ought to indicate that Christianity is a superior belief system, unashamedly, right? And these disclaimers are going to change a little bit. So I tweak them a little bit every week. Number 2, Christianity is not only a valid religion, but it is a valid method of enlightenment and holds as much, if not more, transcendental truth than other religions, including neo paganism, which is a bunch of losers LARPing the Stone Age. You heard me. Number 3, no single church or denomination represents the pure teachings of Jesus. Many so called Christian tenets, such as original sin, are not the true teachings of Jesus. Number 4, all pagan and indigenous wisdom is contained within the Bible. Number 5, Christianity is the most tolerant religion. Muslims agree, Jews agree, even Hindus and Buddhists agree. 6, millions of Native Americans willingly converted to Christianity, even the Seminoles. 7, Christianity is not an offshoot of Judaism. You hear me? You guys hear me back there in the back? You guys hear me back there, you neo-pagan, corpse-crunching complainers? Christianity is not an offshoot of Judaism. Opposition to blood sacrifice is the number one tenet of true Christianity, because Jesus was an Essenian, Neoplatonist, and a Pythagorean. Therefore, could not have been Jewish. Could not have been. Not spiritually. But we're going to build on that. 8, Jesus was not Jewish. The historical Jesus of Galilee bears zero cultural, spiritual, or genetic affiliation to modern day Jews. Galilee was a Phoenician colony, which in my research is as good as saying Celtic. Number 9, Jesus was white. I don't care if you disagree. It's the goddamn truth. Deal with it. Now, was Thoth black? Yeah, he probably was. If he was a real person. If Jesus was a real person, you can take it to the bank that he was white or had largely Hyperborean, Northern European, or Celtic ancestry. And there's a lot to back that up. Trust me. So, number 9, Jesus is white. Jesus was white. When he comes to people around the world, he's white. He was not modeled after Cesare Borgia, as a lot of you low IQ regurgitators would like us to believe. But rather, Jesus was modeled after Jupiter, Zeus, Thor, and Apollo. That's right. All of your dear little neo-pagan, deities, they're Jesus. Number 10, Jesus was a vegetarian. In the Bible, Jesus never once consumes the flesh of mammal or fish. Not once. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. He might be around fish every once in a while. He might even serve fish. Well, let me tell you what life is like as a vegetarian. You break bread with everybody. You share meals with all kinds of people. Sometimes you end up paying for those meals. I've paid for the meals of meat eaters. I've, given meat to meat eaters who, needed a meal. Does that make me a bad vegetarian? No. It's what Jesus would do. It's what Jesus did do. So Jesus was around fish and flesh just as much as he was prostitution and leprosy. So yes, Jesus was a vegetarian. You can take that to the bank too. And we're going to carry on with our Bible study here. So get pwned, losers. And there's the door. If you've got any neo-pagans who are complaining. Okay. And by the way, anybody who is not vegetarian, is essentially a Pharisee and a Sadducee. But chapter 9 is going to explain to us a little bit about diet, where things went wrong, how people got confused. So, chapter 8, let's see, what else is worth talking about? Well, we'll notice that first Noah sent forth a raven, the raven. Ravens, kind of represent treachery. If I'm not mistaken, the raven didn't really come back. So the dove is the animal of peace. But something about the dove. Dove is spelled D-O-V-E, right? You say that the way it's spelled. You say that the way it's spelled. It's dove. And dove means to fall, right? To dive, to descend. Dove. So fall, dove, right? No. So dove means to fall and descend. Okay? Then you'll notice that you have Adam and Eve. And Genesis kicks off with Adam. Then you have Eve. Eve is where you get the word evil. The word evil starts getting used after the fall, the expulsion from Eden. So Eve and evil has to do with the zodiac sign of Libra. So you have Aries, Adam, Adam up, odd, number one, odd and even. Adam up. Odd, even, Adam. You've got 1 being Adam, and then 2, which is not 2 out of 12, it's actually the second half of the zodiac. Libra rules the second half of the zodiac. It's the sunset. It's the fall time. This is the fall equinox. So you'll notice the whole this whole scene ends with Libra as well. You've got when the dove is released, that's kind of the return. It's like the closing, the punctuation on the whole Eve story. Now, another famous Libra was Aleister Crowley. Aleister Crowley has this great quote called some poem about a dove and the serpent. And he was a Libra, and he studied Libra, of course, a lot. Say what you want about the guy, whatever, doesn't matter. He's a lot cooler than people think. And if you think he's evil, well, got a lot to learn. He was a Libra, and he said something, I'm paraphrasing a little bit here. There is love, and there is love. There is the serpent, and there is the dove. Serpent and dove. Love, why? Because Libra rules love. It rules romance. It also rules the law. Love and the law. That's the essence of Libra. Well, what was another big saying of Aleister Crowley? Love is the law. He knew how to use his zodiac sign as a source of endless totemic energy, charisma, right? You could even say. He knew how to create a motto using his zodiac sign. So, guys, get in touch with your zodiac sign. Find, get familiar with your corner of the universe. And love and love, love is the law. There is love, the serpent and the dove. Well, that's from the serpent at the very beginning of the garden to the dove at the end of the flood. And it's full circle. You've got Adam going to Libra, and the punctuation on Libra and the falling, the fall, because it's fall time, right, guys? The fall of man, fall time, sunset, when the sun is falling. He's betrayed, seduced by the fallen one, Lucifer. Lucifer is Libra too, by the way. Lucifer, people will say serpent, Saturn, Lucifer, which one is it? Are they one and the same? Your preachers can't tell you this. Jordan Peterson can't tell you this. Well, the serpent represents the part of you that is actually, now that's bloody important. And you've gotta, that's bloody important. Oh yeah, the serpent. So that's, Jordan Peterson will spend 3 hours and he can't explain to you why Lucifer, Satan, and the serpent are one and the same, right? Well, Lucifer is Libra. It's the same way as saying Libra. Lu and luz means light. Li means light. Lucifer means the light bringer. We all know that. But Libra means the light bringer. Light bringer. Libra, Lucifer, same word, different languages. Okay? To bra means, to bring, you brought, to bear. Okay? Libra, light bearer, light bringer. Obvious. And why does Libra is the serpent? Libra is the serpent because it's halfway through the zodiac. So Libra doesn't really have an animal. It's just the signs. But its animals are the serpent and the dove. The serpent and the dove. Right? Well, the serpent is the serpent is also the snake on the caduceus, because it's the halfway point, Virgo going into Libra. This is the spring equinox, the end of Virgo going into Libra. So the cusp coming into Libra is the serpent on the tree, or the serpent on the staff. Virgo rules medicine. So the serpent on the staff is medicine, and that's why it's the middle, the medium, right? The medical, hermetic, Hermes rules Virgo. This is the verge of fall, Virgo. So Virgo is the 6th sign. And then we have 7th. 6s and 7s, chaos. Well, that's Virgo and Libra entering the second half of the year, the fall of the year, the bad time, the death, right? It's not evil. Well, it is because it has to do with Eve, but it's not immoral, even though Libra rules libertine activities. But it's because it's the nighttime, and it's so sexy and alluring and intoxicating. The sunset just compels people to bad behavior sometimes, doesn't it? You're like, oh man, it's romantic. And then once it gets darker and darker, the worst decisions become easier and easier. So that's not the only thing that the sunset represents. But looking at Lucifer and Libra as the tempter and the seducer and the seductive serpent on the tree, you're looking at the equinox, Virgo into Libra, the middle, the verge into the fall. So it's the verge right before the fall. And if another thing about this cusp, if you want to say by the book, Libra rules book. So if you want to see the love and the law, you get married on a Bible. You go to jail on the Bible, right? It's by the book. If the judge is angry at you, he wants to throw the book at you. Libra. The judge is a librarian at the end of the day, right? And courthouses have the biggest libraries that they make accessible to their prisoners. And prisoners do a lot of reading. Prisoners do more reading and more book reading. If you do the math on this, than the average person, it's extraordinary. And of course, there's nothing else in there to do except suck penis. If you're Jason from Archaics, there's you might have some time for some reading in between all the unconsensual fellatio. Jesus. That's what you're going to get on the Jason from Archaics channel. Okay, guys. Shout out Jason of Archaics. Just goes to show you can make it through prison and still read a lot of books and still be the sexiest white boy in the prison block. Man, he made it out. He made it out of there with his rear end in one piece. So more power to him. But he hates the Bible. He hates your soul. And Jason of Archaics is just another nihilistic doomer, pseudo New Age, obsessed with the Matrix, obsessed with AI, prison truther. Yeah. So books, prison, right? The law, love, and the law. It's all has to do with Libra. So if the judge throws a book at you, judge. Libra rules judging too, and liberty. So freedom and imprisonment. That's Libra right there. So what else do we have? That's the dove. So that's how I got onto that. The dove has to do with Libra, and what it is it's the punctuation mark showing that this is the end of the whole Libra lesson, right? And Eve kicks this off. The dove wraps this up, right? And then you have solid land and all that. So you've got the dove. It's got the dove. Now let's talk about the sacrifice. I know everyone wants me to talk about the sacrifice. Oh, Dr. Longo, you're a vegetarian. What's up with sacrifice? Why is God wanting sacrifice? Is God not a vegetarian? There's one thing that we can all know for sure about God. Okay? God is a mystery. Most mysterious thing there is. Most mysterious thing there is. I'm not going to pretend I know what God wants. And what's good and evil to me is not necessarily, the same way God looks at it. God doesn't require the loss of life, but he authors the loss of life. So any sudden loss of life is no more or less evil in God's eyes. As a human, it certainly is. And we're compelled against certain wanton loss of life. God, on the other hand, is mysterious, and all things die in his honor. And dying is an honor. It's as beautiful as birth, not to be cliche or anything, but to say that God doesn't smile as much at death as he does at birth would be foolish. I don't want to get too far into like a relativistic, nothing is good and nothing is bad. I'm not saying that. But in God's eyes, all loss of life is in the same goal, in the same purpose. It's all the same act in his eyes. But it's interesting to note that when we see the first burnt offerings in chapter 8, it pretty much shows us that the earlier so-called sacrifice in the Cain and Abel sacrifices, when Abel brought the first of his flock and Cain only bought the first, fruits, the first fruit offering, it doesn't tell us that there was a burnt offering. It just says that there was fats. Now, fats can be derived from dairy, right? Fats can be derived from dairy, like ghee, butter, a whole lot of different things you can do with it. There's also the There's also certain animal glands that are useful for other things beyond just eating them or burning them. But oil, fat, fat does not necessarily mean oil or flesh. It could mean oil. But when we see that Noah builded an altar unto the Lord and took of every clean beast and offered burnt offerings on the Lord, on the altar to the Lord, that's a different circumstance than what happened earlier with Cain and Abel. So when Cain and Abel had their little sacrifice, it wasn't much of a sacrifice. Doesn't say that there was slaughter, doesn't say that there was bloodshed or that any animal died. It said that they were offered, right? You can offer to pay for someone's bill, but did you pay for it? No, you only offered, right? An offer is not the same as the deed being done. And so Cain and Abel, there you go. That's all I'm saying is this is a different, it's described differently. When you see Noah's offering, it does say explicitly burnt offerings. So, dead, pretty much. That could also be, butter. When you just get off of the ark, do you have olive oil available to you? Well, I mean, I guess there was an olive branch, so there probably was olive oil, but they didn't really have their, they might not have had access to olive oils, coconut oils, things like that. So animal fat may have been all there was to use as a medium for herbs and spices and plant incense, which is ultimately what God truly desires. Trust me. We can also look to Aleister Crowley to substantiate that. So fat is a medium for burning incense. And you'll see over and over, it's the smell that God wants, not the loss of life. That's why as the civilization and industries expanded, man turned more and more towards plant incense. Plant incense, herb, fragrant incense, that's the most pleasing to the Lord. Now, I'll tell you a little something. It's a little bit of a, adrenochrome, #adrenochrome thing to it, but I was in the car the other day, and, I usually like to smoke out of a hemp wick instead of a lighter, right? Lighters are terrible for you guys. It's butane, it's some bad gas, something like that. When you're smoking weed with a lighter, you're going to get headaches more. You're going to feel shittier. You're going to start blaming it on the weed when you're actually just dosed up on heavy metals and propane or butane or whatever. Now, if you stop smoking with a lighter, you'll notice a great increase to your mood, to your clarity, believe it or not. Yeah, I'd call this clarity. But so you might say I'm, barely awake right now, but I feel just fine. So smoking without a lighter, you don't get as much of that. Oh, Shem's here. What's up, Shem?
Yo, what's going on?
What's up, loser?
Not too much. Just been listening for. I
Just
listened
been
to it on the
listening.
way here
Just been listening to Old World Order over and over again,
on repeat. Yeah,
living rent free in your head.
yeah. I actually ordered a poster so I could hang it above my bed. First thing I see when I wake up.
That's funny. No, for real. There. How you doing, man?
Pretty good. It's been a good day. How about you?
Nice. A good day. That's a rare one for Shem. Everyone, drop a fish in the chat if you're happy to see Shem. But But yeah, we just went through chapter 8. We're talking about the dove and raven and the dove. If I'm not mistaken, the raven does not come back, right?
Okay.
Right. So the raven gets a bad reputation and is dark. And in a lot of Native American legends, and other cultures around the world, the raven is always described as being charred black as a punishment for like disobeying God or challenging the sun, getting too close to the sun, things like that. So a lot of times the raven was white originally and gets charred black. The Bible doesn't really talk about that, but it kind of implies like a that the raven was untrustworthy, or it was let them down, or was disinterested in saving humanity or helping humanity, whatever. But the dove, who's always looked as like a symbol of peace and romance and beauty and harmony, that's Libra, and is very much the Venus aspect of Libra. So Venus rules Libra, but Saturn exalts in Libra. Venus is Lucifer, especially as Venus ruling over Libra. So Libra is synonymous with Lucifer, but it's really referring to the Venusian influence, which is the romance, the seduction, the beauty, Eve giving in. Eve and Venus are roughly the same word too. Now the raven is identifiable with Saturn. It's black, it's dark, it picks corpses, picks the flesh from the bone, right? There's always these myths of it plucking eyes out and things like that. So, I like ravens. I love ravens. I've seen a lot of ravens traveling around, and they're very cool. They're very smart. They talk. They're wisdom birds for sure. They speak a ton. They're like the American parrot. They're like the North American equivalent to the parrot, by the way, guys. Crows are like that too. They can talk 100%. Crows can talk just as good as a parrot. Look it up. Some say they're even better. Uh, Ravens can get so good that they will say people's names and say words, and people will have no clue that it was a bird. If you hear a parrot, you're like, okay, that was a parrot talking. When you hear a raven talk, it doesn't even sound like a bird. They're so good at mimicking human voice. So whatever. There's lots of good things to say about ravens, but overall, they're heavily used as like a negative. It's like, were you gonna say something, Sean?
I just think it's an interesting concept and never thought about it like that because the dove usually can be seen as a representation for the Holy Spirit as well. So maybe the raven is the original representation of that idea, but since it never returned to the ark, it kind of lost its place.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yes. Good point. And also, the dove it's kind of like almost like a joke that it rules peace, because doves are one of the few animals that will actually kill their own for very trivial reasons. Like they'll kill each other. Doves will kill each other, peck each other to death for very trivial matters. And I guess the symbol of peace is their ability to not do that. That they're resisting this urge. So, but doves can actually be pretty dang violent, and doves are very murderous animals. I mean, when you see one fly, they're just mini hawks. They're hawks that pretend they're like a fowl a little bit. They're like hawks that just like to sit on the ground and peck, and they peck like a pigeon. But when you see a dove flying, they soar like a missile. They fly so vertically. It's amazing the way that they torpedo. So doves are silent killers, and when you hear them go over, they make such an incredible noise. It sounds like an arrow, getting shot past your ears. It's crazy. And it sounds like one of those like whistling footballs. You ever throw like a whistling football on a beach?
Yeah, like the
Here, go
Nerf
like
things.
it goes like it goes. They're crazy. You hear that? Was that a good sound effect?
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. Another thing we brought up either last week or the week before too is that a lot of these secret societies were identified by like certain animals, like a raven or a dove, for example. When Alexander the Great arrived, I forget where it says he was greeted by 12 doves, I believe, and given sustenance, but that's not animals. It's likely that those are just 12 members of this religious society, you know, accepting his arrival and sustaining him and giving him food. So it's possible that the raven was just another person on the ark going out and just never came back, or maybe it's an allegory for.
Good point. Well, no,
Yeah,
that's a really good point because the Israelites totally later on totally used um, animals like as like heraldic like placeholders.
and
Like
even
yeah.
and even early on during some of like the early rabbinical laws, they stopped being able to represent human form, so they would do things like draw animals in place of like Jewish people or whatever religion it was at that time. We're just gonna say Jewish just for the brevity, like the Haggadah manuscript. I'm sure people have seen where it has like the bird head. It's called the bird head Haggadah.
Mm-hmm.
Other stuff like that. It's weird because it ties back to ancient Egypt with the myth of Osiris because uh, after the murder of Osiris to hide the body, basically Isis gave each different like priest a sarcophagi and told them to go back to their area and worship a different animal in honor of Osiris. And that was her way of, I guess, hiding his body because she told everyone that they had the full body or whatever, but they only had one piece or something, or maybe they didn't. Maybe some of them didn't even have any of the pieces of the body, but it's interesting because each one of them chose a different animal. Like you have the crocodile worship, you have just every animal. I don't need to go through a
Right.
list.
Well, yeah, it's the same story. It's astrologically, it's roughly the same story because you have what is it? Horus, Osiris, Set,
So
which
yeah,
is
the
which
red guy,
is
the murderer.
Horus is the horizon, the hours of the day, Horus of the day, and then you have Osiris is the sunrise. Osire rise. Sire is like a young man, sun rising, a bridegroom, a fresh, new man undertaking something new. A sire, Osiris, rise. It's Aries, Osiris, Osiris, right? It's rising, the restarting the day too. So Osiris is the rising sun. Horus is the noon sun. Well, I don't know about that, but it's the horizon for sure. It's the hours of the day, the horizon. And then you have the set, is the sunset, sunset, the bad one, the bad guy, sunset, the serpent, Eve, evil, right? Set it's like saying if something's evil, you're saying it's satanic. Is it Satan because it's Saturn? No, it's Satan because Venus and Satan come together in Libra. So the serpent and Satan are not the same. But Satan and Venus, the morning star, are both present in the sign of Libra. So Libra is where you're looking. It's the sunset.
It's also the scales of balance, right? So you're also balancing between the two different, the dove and the serpent. I think I
Yeah.
heard you mention that before we hopped on. Potentially. I mean, you could also say that, the serpent is an early form of the dove since technically through the serpent we gain knowledge or the Holy Spirit potentially.
Mm-hmm. Well, Libra rules books too, and knowledge is, you know, reading books, or talking, but one of the two, paying attention to nature, whatever. But Libra rules seduction, and then Scorpio is the act itself afterwards. But so whatever, Raven, you're seeing a Saturnian archetype, and the dove, you're seeing the Venusian archetype. You're seeing the redemption of Venus. Venus, showing her good side. So this is the dove kind of repairing the damage that's been done. The olive branch goes back to Jupiter. Olive. Jupiter and Zeus were on Mount Olympus. Olympus. Jesus was on Mount Olive. Right?
Mount of Olives.
Yep.
Interesting.
And the crown of thorns is also the third eye, Jupiter, Zeus, chakra, the third eye. The crown of thorns is Thor's crown, the thunder god, Thorn. So it's thorns because of Thor, thunder. Well, another thing is Jesus was on Mount Sinai. What's Mount Sinai? Right? Everyone has Mount Sinai. If you want to dwell on Mount Sinai, right, I have to take off. All right, guys. Demasking Darth Vader here. Okay. Oh, what's up? Cha-ching. Is this right ways up? Shem, can you read that?
Yep, it's perfect. Yeah, it's perfect.
That. Make Atlantis great again, guys. Make Atlantis great again. These hats will be for sale soon. They're available for sale at the Dancing Elephant if you want to come in and buy one. But let's just look at the Mount Sinai. Where's Mount Sinai? This is Mount Sinai. This ridge, this is the sinus, the upper sinus cavity, right? And when you're saying that you're dwelling on top of Mount Sinai, you're saying that you're dwelling right here in the River of Four Heads. River of Four Heads is in your forehead. The river is in your forehead. So dwelling on top of Mount Sinai is dwelling on top of the sinus cavity. Sinus cavity, right? That's where Jesus lived, because Jesus is the Jupiter chakra, Zeus, King Arthur, Harry Potter, with his
with his lightning scar.
Yeah, with his lightning bolt on his third eye chakra on his forehead. Yeah, oh yeah. That's Harry Potter is Jupiter. Jupiter.
The sun.
If it's too much, if it's too much of a stretch for you, Shem, just call your mommy, come down to help you. She's nice and limber.
No, it's just funny because I wasn't expecting to think about Harry Potter today.
Nice. Well, Harry Potter, that's cheapened, stupid, girl, low IQ girl brain, just like trying to get this stuff out in like a kid's version, right?
Trying to get the stuff out. What do you mean? What do you mean trying to get this stuff out?
Like trying to make money off of like Kabbalistic, vague, alchemical terminology like woven into all the characters. Like, look how spiritual I am. Like, they're just very obvious. Like, Shakespeare is very subtle. Percy Hotspur, right? Mercutio. These are subtle hints. Hermione is not so subtle. Harry Potter is not so subtle. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe those would have been more obvious back then, but yeah, you guys get it.
Yeah, I mean the wizards wanting to keep everything secret from the Muggles definitely relates to the mystery religion and all this stuff. So see that.
Yes. Toads. Whatever. So Raven and the dove, we talked about. Well, here's the altar. Let's talk about the altar.
Ooh.
So, and the Lord smelled a sweet savor. I wonder what that sweet savor is. Now, Noah builded an altar unto the Lord, and took of every clean beast and of every clean fowl. Here, Brandon, would you mind if we could get a picture of Noah's sacrifice? If we could get a painting of Noah's sacrifice, that'd be cool, please. But
If they have one on this Bible.
so we've got this burnt offering going on, right? Now, what does it mean when God likes the smell? Now, I was telling you guys I was trying to smoke weed in my van a couple days ago, and I lost my hemp wick. That's why I was talking about the hemp wick earlier. If you're smoking with a lighter, it's very bad for you. There's heavy metals and butane and shit, you know. Just get a hemp wick. So you light the hemp wick, and it's made out of hemp, same shit you're smoking anyway, and you light your weed with the hemp wick. Now, I didn't have my hemp wick, and I only had lighters. I had weed, so I didn't want to smoke with the lighter. Right now, bear with me here, guys. Okay, this is a sermon you're not going to get anywhere else. Well, I didn't have my wick, but we have a bunch of sticks lying around and like little pieces of sage and little twigs and stuff. So I grabbed this little twig. That's just some random piece of wood, right? And I remembered this trick from summer camp that if you're ever stranded and you need to build a fire, you know, you only have one match, you only have one go at a lighter, and you only have a couple twigs and you need to make sure that it catches, right? The oil of your face, the oil of your face is flammable, especially if you're eating certain foods. The oil of your face, oil on your face is flammable. So if you take a twig and if you rub the oil of your face, the oiliest parts, or rub it onto your hands, whatever, you know, this you can actually coat a twig with enough oil to where you can light it and it'll light like a match, somewhere in between like a match and a candle wick, you know, for a time. And depending on what what you eat and stuff, the it might like burn like different colors. I've seen some weird shit with other people. Okay, not me. I'm clean. Okay, clean, nice little vegetarian, you know.
What color is your flame?
Bro, I got that flame. That wax. I dabbed my earwax, guys. No, just kidding. Would never do that. But I remember this trick. We used to do it in summer camp. It was a very cool trick. You know, you have a bunch of kindling. You only have a twig. You have one match left. You know, the match might go out like that. So you light a match, and as a backup, you light this oily twig. And if the match burns out, the twig, you should have at least another 30 seconds, a minute. And we learned this in survival class at summer camp, right?
Nice.
In North Carolina. And I was sitting in my van a couple days ago, and I'm like, I don't have a wick, but I've got these twigs. I'm gonna try and do that thing again. And I started, like doing this to like get, the oiliest parts onto my fingers and rubbed it onto the twig. Well, guess what, guys? When I when I let that, I never took notice of what it smelled like 10 years ago, or 15 years ago. When I lit this and it like dynamited, like fused for like a second, it like shh for
Sparkle. It's like a
yeah
sparkler.
yeah it's it kind of fizzles for a sec, but then when it catches, the smell. This is gonna sound weird, Jeffrey Dahmerish. Okay, the smell of just the oil off your skin is so fragrant. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I just, what do people say? Love the smell of your own, your own burnt twig, whatever. The smell was so fragrant, and I didn't light any weed. I just smelt it for a second as I was about to smoke this weed, and it was so fragrant. It smelled like cologne. It smelled like cologne. Now, we all know like humans have a nice musk, natural scent that you can hone in on and expand and, become more sensitive to, aware of. But this was not that. This smelled like cologne. And when they say they put like a piece of putrefying like corpse in most colognes, you hear about this, Shem? You ever know about
Yeah.
this? That most colognes have like something putrid in them to intensify, magnify the smell, whatever the smell, just to magnify the profile. You're not smelling the putrid, but you're smelling the um, pungent, pungence, right? Whatever the word is, you're smelling how pungent that smell can be. But that's also why most perfumes just smell terrible, even if it's like candy. Like, is at the tip of your tongue, there's like this, intoxicating taste, but at the back of your mouth, your saliva glands are like, what's going on here? This isn't food. The back of your mouth is like, don't swallow this shit, right? But your
So
nose is kind of, hmm?
do you think it has anything to do with the recent comeback of cologne? Because I know it's like the popular thing with kids right now, teenagers. My nephew, for example, is obsessed with it.
Yeah. Well, I really like that the cologne guys of Floridian, Jeremy
Jeremy
Fragrance.
Fragrance, yeah.
That's my
Jeremy
boy.
Fragrance.
I love him.
Yeah, he's hilarious.
Love Jeremy Fragrance.
One of his
Yeah.
posts cracked me up. I forget what it was. I think it was like him just taking a selfie, but his eyes were like pointed in two different directions. He just posted the most random stuff. But yeah, sounds to me like you're yearning for some human burnt offerings based on your stick story.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I get why they used to burn people alive thousands of years ago, right? It smells delicious. No, but Shem, you're actually missing the point here. The point is that you don't need to
Just
kill
joking.
someone to use the oils of an animal, and even a burnt offering might not even have to be a dead offering, right? You can use the fats from dairy. You can use the fats from the milk of animals. You can use fats from different glands on the outside of their body, which sounds disgusting and gross, but it's true. So maybe give that a shot, guys. Take a twig, coat it with your natural body oil from your face, and then light it and tell me what it smells like. And if it smells like cologne, that's what I smell. And that's what I've. And
I
if it
think it's
smells terrible, you're probably just eating garbage and should stop eating adrenochrome and corpses.
it's at least possible that the people who are trying to sacrifice animals or it did sacrifice animals were just misinterpreting wrong, like being box checkers. Because, I mean, you could also just say that. I mean, multiple people have said this in the past. So, but that the burnt offerings or offering of certain clean animals is in relation to like just certain types of knowledge that they're consuming in the honor of God.
Yeah, I'm
And
all
then
for.
it
I'm
kind of
all
relates to
for.
what you're saying about Jesus earlier too, though, because you're saying he didn't do, certain things.
Mhm.
Maybe you're right because maybe he wasn't actually participating in when they talk about him consuming a meal for Passover, for example. Maybe he was just maybe that's an allegory for just like a certain type of studying.
Mm-hmm.
Because you know how people just love to check boxes off there, I go to church on Sunday,
Yes,
so I don't actually practice what they preach, stuff like that, just box checkers.
of course. Now, another thing is that the idea that man has to sacrifice to absolve sin is kind of silly, and it's people add that on with their own superstition. Later, it develops. You'll notice that Noah is clearly described as being perfect in his generations, and that the way that he worshipped pleased the Lord. And Noah won favor with the Lord. And if perfect in his generations means it can mean two things: either his the way he uh, raised his family was perfect, like the way that he managed his household and you know got his sons wives and had his household in order, perfect in his generations, because generations is descendants and things like that. Or generations was just his life, his growing up. He was a good man, he was perfect, he didn't sin. That is possible, by the way. Depends on your definition of sin, but Jesus is pretty clear when he says everyone can live like him, everyone can rise to the highest heights, and nobody is imprisoned in day-to-day sin. That's this garbage AA, Alcoholics Anonymous, fucking garbage version of Christianity that is guilt tripping you day in and day out. Original sin is not a teaching of the Bible or Jesus, and neither is confession. A whole lot of things, but
I mean, that's one
whatever.
of the best things. That's one of the best things about the New Testament is that it says that the last person to accept Jesus even is like put above the first person to do it somehow.
It says Atlantis, you retard. Not America. Make Atlantis great again. Sorry, Shem.
No, it's all good. Did you hear what I said, or did you want me to repeat it? It's just basically Jesus. Like in the New Testament, it says that the last person to accept Jesus basically is at least as good, if not better, than the first person to do it. So even if you're sinning, you always have the opportunity to change, even if it's at the last moment.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe.
I mean, that's what it
Maybe in
says.
the maybe in the age of Pisces. We're also due for a New Testament, guys. We're due for a new manual, operation manual. Jesus' whole thing was ushering in a new age and setting the rules, setting the standards. We're in a new age, which is why a lot of that seems so strange and foreign and stuck in the Stone Age.
Stuck in the Stone
Mhm.
Age. What part, if you don't mind me asking, what parts do you think don't apply to modern society very well?
Doesn't matter. Let's read on to chapter 9. So we're about halfway through here. We'll get to chapter 9. So, but that's why I was talking about the oil on the face, because it says the Lord smelt a sweet savor. And the Lord said in his heart, I will not again curse the ground any more for man's sake, for the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth. Neither will I again smite any more everything living as I have done. Here's another good one, not to be like a, loser, hallmarky pastor, whatever, but if there's any one good way to just set yourself straight, if you're having a bad day, if you're looking around at people and saying, I hate him, today's so tough, right? My car broke down in a different city or whatever. And, you're venting or you're feeling like the odds are stacked against you, or mainly with rage, mainly thinking about ill will on others and thinking bad things. I deal with negative thoughts. not like anxiety or any of that gay made up shit. Never even heard of anxiety. Okay. Dr. Longo has never felt a smidge of anxiety. Ever. Okay. That is loser talk. Loser talk. Champions don't fucking talk to other people about anxiety. I mean, hey, Jesus cures anxiety. This is the truth. You don't want to know why I've never had anxiety? Well, because I've always lived my life as though there's a benevolent creator watching everything you do, everything behind the scenes. In fact, he's probably looking harder behind the scenes when no one else is looking. You're being graded by a benevolent creator. When I was really young, my standard for right and wrong and what a tough guy was watching all these fucking World War II documentaries that my dad maybe watched growing up and shit. Vietnam, like, you know, that's a strong man. America's got the strongest men in the world. So anything tough in my life, I've never looked at other people and said, "Man, this is too tough. This is too much." No, ultimately, I'm just a loser who's got a pretty easy life. Okay, America was built on the backs of dudes who pretty much lost everything, gained almost nothing, and really only have their bravery to show for it. Whatever. So I grade myself on that, and I'm not saying like, oh, I think I'm a Navy SEAL. No, no, I'm saying you won't ever hear a peep out of me about life being too tough because I know people have it way, way harder. People sign up for way harder, and I'll just stay in my little lane over here. And if the Canadian paratroopers decide to drop over my neighborhood, maybe I'll take up my assault rifles. But let's all just stay in our lane and be glad for the easy life that we have. And when I say, evil in your hearts continually, all those World War II veterans who spent all that time mowing down Nazis, getting mowed down by Nazis, all that stuff, those guys all had such devout faith in God. They all had such a great sense of humor. And, I don't know if they dealt with, I'm sure they did. I'm sure they dealt with a shit ton of PTSD, but they didn't have everyone in the fucking world telling them they had PTSD. You've got kids in elementary school, you got kids in middle school getting told they have PTSD. Okay. We live in such a fucking pussy ass world right now. Okay. And I'm not saying I'm like the arbiter of what's a strong man or right life, but I know what it means when God says man's mind was stuck on evil. If you
No, I mean,
if God is not if God's not on your mind, evil's probably going to fill it. And evil's not just fighting in wars or seeing bloodshed. It's an attitude. It's a negative attitude. And these guys who served in World War II had such a positive attitude. When they got back, they were so grateful to be alive. They loved God. They loved their family. And so I'm endlessly grading myself on that scale. Now, what's going on today? And believing in a benevolent creator is the number one way to conquer anxiety, conquer evil thoughts. Okay.
yeah, I mean, we live like royalty compared to a majority of people alive today and a majority of people in history. You can literally do anything you want to do, eat anything you want to eat at any point in time,
Hey,
even if you don't have
Harlesburg.
a job.
Sorry, Shem. Keep calling. I'm going to drop the link for you to come call in Harlesburg. Let's see what a specimen you are.
And I agree with you about the negative attitude being the true form of evil. I think that that's a form of idolatry because that shows that you don't have true faith in God if you're able to be conquered by such living the life that we just described. If you're able to be conquered by such minor things in your life to be unhappy, then maybe you truly don't have faith. And that's not throwing shade because I mean, I struggle with this as well. So
Yeah. So when God says evil in hearts continually, and it pained him, it pained God. He looked down at the earth and he said, man's hearts, the, what do you say, the imagination of the mind of his heart, something like that.
Talking about 8, and let me go back.
Come on, Harlesburg.
It says,
Come-
for the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth, neither will I against might any more everything living as I have done.
Right. And
Just give me 1 second, I'll be right back.
I know what that means too. I wake up some days and I just look at like Ukrainian war footage, and it seems like there's a lot more evil, like wanton loss of life. People go to war for the wrong reasons today. Hey, Harlesburg, I don't know why I'm living rent free in your head, but I've never even fucking heard of you. Come sign in, man. Let's have a little chat. I don't know why you're picking on me for no reason. A man would grab your hair and drag you around. It's not really my fetish, dude. Sorry, I'm not quite doing it for you. Come call in, mister. I don't know what I said that made you get all tough guy, but it's pretty embarrassing. Come hop in, man. Haters are welcome. Debaters are welcome. Compulsive masturbators are welcome, like yourself. So, if I'm living rent free in your head, why not come meet me? Come jump in, dude. Plenty of Longo to go around. You can show us what a big man you are. Come on, Harlesburg. Make sure you're using Google Chrome to get into StreamYard. Links up on the stream.
You only have to use Google Chrome if you want to share something with audio. You can use any browser usually just to talk.
Good point. Yeah, we're gonna get the Geek Squad on it. What's that guy's name again?
I didn't even see it.
What was the confused admirer's name again? I guess he's gone with the wind. Whatever. Well, we'll leave the link up for Peanut Head to hop in if he wants. But, probably just one of Archaix's bots. Probably just one of Archaix's cellmates. But all right, so, we talked about the sweet savor. It's not the bloodshed that God demanded. God didn't demand any bloodshed. It says that Noah did this under his own, his own volition. He made a burnt offering.
Which a burnt
Does
offering
not
is usually only for sin. So for some reason he's offering a sin offering.
right. It doesn't say that he did anything that was worth sacrificing for, and that mindset might not even been a thing yet. Right?
That's what I was kind of saying earlier. I think at this point it might have been at least like it's an allegory, but at the same time, who knows? The one thing that Noah didn't do before the flood was he didn't pray for everyone else like later prophets did. He only prayed for his own family, which is something that I guess prevented him from being like the perfect representation or something.
So I guess Harlesburg is just a coward who doesn't stick up for what he says. And I guess he just scurried off back up his mom's ass. Probably. But haters are welcome, debaters are welcome, and compulsive masturbators like Harlesberg are also welcome. So come join in, dude.
German, Aryan on Aryan crime.
Imagine not being able to show up to a live stream to a 150-pound vegetarian. Imagine being such a strong man that you just drop in, throw a little hissy fit, and then run away when the flashlight gets shown in your direction. He's like a rat in a he's like a rat in the garage where hey, what was that? You shine you shine the light. They fucking skimper out the garage door.
Reagan Hall says it was a sin offering for all of mankind. Passover lamb and paschal lamb as sin offerings. But yeah, I mean, it's almost like he in that context, it's almost like he's repenting for not praying for all of humanity before the flood. I like that.
Yeah.
Even though I don't agree with putting your sins into an animal and killing it, makes absolutely no sense. But hey, try to be positive.
Well, you've got to think of like caveman logic here, right? This somewhere along here you have the birth of materialism in industry, and man kind of thinking that matter you turn in matter and you get matter in return. Like, hey, we want food, we want more harvest, we want more all this stuff. Here's the blood offering, and we get here's my lunch money. There's my lunch. Thank you. And that mindset was not in the Garden of Eden. That mindset was not behind Cain and Abel's offering, which does not say that there was a murdering or a slaying or a slaughtering or even a burning. Cain and Abel, just an offering. Oh.
Longo.
Is this Harlesberg?
No.
All right. Well, man, we don't have time for this. Sorry, bro. You have a good night, though.
I logged
We're,
in with my name.
Sorry?
I logged in with my name, Son of Overbrook. Did you read
I
it?
know, yeah. We're waiting for this little
Some asshole.
Yeah, we're waiting for this dumpster
All right.
rat to show up.
Put me in the back seat then.
Yeah, sorry, man. Appreciate
No
the I appreciate the
initiative.
whatever. The initiative, yeah.
The
But no, Harlesberg, if you're a man and you had any intention of other than just, derailing me for a second, come pop in. Probably won't. Because most of the people who comment like that are ugly, overweight, or a single female.
Wow.
He's probably one of those, if not all three. So doesn't matter.
Should we let
Let's move on to
Should we let Homeboy join us for the next reading real quick, or no? The more the merrier.
We're gonna read. It's not fair to other people. That was just for just fair to what's his face? Carlsberg, the dumpster rat. All right, you want to read chapter 9?
No, you read it.
Okay, I got it. Yeah, whew, thank God, dodged a bullet right there, guys.
I don't need you bitch about it.
Viewership would have fucking tanked. So at the end of chapter 8, you see seed time and harvest, cold and heat, and summer and winter, and day and night shall not cease. This may imply that this is the first time you have winter, the changing of the seasons, and agriculture in the sense of timing it for the seasons. Not just different animals doing this to help out, not just planting certain things, but actually timing all of this for the seasons. Focusing on a harvest time, it's the first explicit mention of the change of the time, change of the amount of light in the sky, the change of temperature throughout the seasons. So it's implied this might be the first starting of the seasons in the differentiation of the times of year.
Interesting. Because
Chapter
well, let's continue.
Chapter 9. Let's begin. And God blessed Noah and his sons, and said unto them, Be fruitful and multiply. Hang on, I gotta text my pod dealer. 1 second.
Be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth. And the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, and upon every fowl of the air, upon all that moveth upon the earth, and upon all the fishes of the sea. Into your hand are they delivered.
This Harlesburg guy must have switched over to Joe Rogan or something. He's probably watching Liver King or whatever. But we're gonna take the link off. Sorry, guys. No hate debate today.
Three.
Every moving thing that liveth shall be meat for you. Even as the green herb have I given you all things. Oh, here we go. Here's the burnt offering. Nice. There's Noah's burnt offering, guys. Thank you, Brandon. There's Noah's Ark landed, the burnt offering. But moving forward, chapter 9, verse 3. Every moving thing that liveth shall be meat for you. Well, I'll rewind a little bit. And the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, and upon every fowl of the earth, of the air, upon all that moveth upon the earth, and upon all the fishes of the sea. Into your hand they are delivered. Every moving thing that liveth shall be meat for you. Hear that, carnivores? You hear that, meat eaters? Looks like Dr. Longo was wrong all along. Dr. Longo was wrongo all alongo. Uh-oh. Well. Oh, what is this? But the flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, shall ye not eat. And surely your blood of your lives will I require. At the hand of every beast will I require it. And at the hand of every man, at the hand of every man's brother, will I require the life of man. Whoso sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. For in the image of God made he man. And you, be ye fruitful and multiply. Bring forth abundantly in the earth, and multiply therein. And God spake unto Noah, and God spake unto Noah, and to his sons with him, saying, And I, behold, I establish my covenant with you, and with your seed after you, and with every living creature that is with you, of the fowl, of the cattle, and of every beast of the earth with you, from all that go out of the ark, to every beast of the earth. And I will establish my covenant with you. Neither shall all flesh be cut off any more by the waters of a flood, neither shall there any more be a flood to destroy the earth. And God said, This is the token of the covenant which I make between me and you, and every living creature that is with you, for perpetual generations. I do set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be for a token of covenant between me and the earth. And it shall come to pass, when I bring a cloud over the earth, that the bow shall be seen in the cloud. And I will remember my covenant, which is between me and you, and every living creature of all flesh. And the waters shall no more become a flood to destroy all flesh. And the bow shall be in the cloud, and I will look upon it. that I may remember the everlasting covenant between God and every living creature of all flesh that is upon the earth. And God said unto Noah, This is the token of the covenant which I have established between me and all flesh that is upon the earth. And the sons of Noah that went forth of the ark were Shem and Ham and Japheth. And Ham is the father of Canaan, or Canaan. These are the 3 sons of Noah, and of them was the whole earth overspread. And Noah began to be an husbandman, and he planted a vineyard. And he drank of the wine, and was drunken, and he was uncovered within his tent. And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father, and told his 2 brethren without. And Shem and Japheth took a garment, and laid it upon both their shoulders, and went backward, and covered the nakedness of their father. And their faces were backward, and they saw not their father's nakedness. And Noah awoke from his wine, and knew what his younger son had done unto him. And he said, Cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants shall he be unto his brethren. And he said, Blessed be the Lord God of Shem. What's up, Shem? What's up, Shem? Chillin'?
Name.
And Canaan shall be his servant. God shall enlarge Japheth, and he shall dwell in the tents of Shem. And Canaan shall be his servant. And Noah lived after the flood 350 years. And all the days of Noah were 950 years. And he died. End of chapter 9. Well, this is an all. Oh, yeah. Speaking of package.
Welcome to my tent.
We got some tips here along the way. Just want to catch up with those so we don't get too far.
The Panda Lee profile picture, that's hilarious.
Have you felt ESP, extrasensory perception, Holy Spirit, more actively on oranges? Yeah. Cha, of course. I'm a 5D indigo light child, 5D ascended master, clairvoyant, akashic. Duh. No, just kidding. Oranges is the nectar of the sun. Oranges is the ultimate dose of electric energy, first thing in the day. So if you're not starting your day with orange juice, you're starting your day with something inferior. You know, juice is good, smoothies are good, fruit is good, oranges are good. But orange juice, man, talk about starting your day off right. America used to have common sense, and they used to start their days off with orange juice. Now they started off with fucking TikTok and yoga pants and fucking Teslas. You like that one, Shem?
So random, but yeah, the same evil people that lied about us when we were in elementary school also told us to drink orange juice. I remember that.
Yeah. Ooh, man. Yeah, I think that's why they. Okay, guys, deep rabbit hole.
Don't start your day with yoga pants.
Deep rabbit hole. The powers that be started flavoring toothpaste the way that it's flavored now with mint and all this shit, so that you don't want to drink orange juice first thing in the morning, because there's nothing nastier than orange juice after brushing your teeth, right? Although I've heard black people don't quite have that problem. they'll pound an orange juice right after brushing their teeth. I've whatever. We'll not get into it, but well, for them it's like using charcoal toothpaste. You know what I mean? It's like black on white, white on black. So whatever. But orange juice is what you should be starting your day off with. Maybe if you need to brush, I'll be honest, I only brush my teeth once a day. Okay.
Wow.
Don't call the police on me, but I brush at night. So I don't have this problem. I like
Are
to
you-
brush it. I like to brush at what, Shem?
Are you one of the rare cases that doesn't have tooth decay? Because there are some humans that don't have to brush their teeth.
No, I do brush my teeth. But I take care of my teeth. It's
Well,
not
there's
this.
some humans that don't have to because originally we didn't have toothpaste.
Well,
Apparently,
that's true. No,
there's some sort of mutation that started causing it, and and scientists have a hard time figuring
no.
out.
Oh my God, Shem. Fucking, what are you
How-
reading? No, there's not some mutation, and scientists told me that my mom was actually sold. Yeah. Okay. Well, what were we talking about?
brushing your teeth in the morning or night.
Yeah, it's not some mutation. Okay, it's dehydrated foods. There's one thing that contributes to tooth decay. One thing. One thing.
What is it?
Dehydrated foods. Not sugar. If you're drinking sugar and fruit juice, that's not going to hurt your teeth. If you're drinking dehydrated sugar put into something that you're drinking, that might hurt your teeth. If you're eating saltine crackers, that's going to hurt your teeth. If you're eating something super dry, that's going to hurt your teeth. Your teeth are not bone that's just like sitting in your mouth. Your teeth are coated with almost like a mucus or like an oil, like there's layers, and most people's outer layers are eroded because of dehydrated foods. It's not even acid. Acid and ice and sugar, these things can hurt after a tooth is decayed. And it might trick someone into thinking that's the direct source. It's
Interesting.
dehydrated foods across the board. Prove me wrong. Look it up. Real scientists agree. Keep your mouth shut. That's going to keep your teeth healthy. Mouth breathers have more teeth problems. That's a fact. If your mouth is open, your teeth are suffering. So take big breaths with your nose. If you need to take a pause in between talking, that's okay. No one's going to make fun of you. Everyone's going to make fun of you if you got a fucking ugly mouth full of bad teeth. Right? And just heads up, we curse on this show, and I don't care if that's a problem. Okay, well, I'm not pretending to be a priest. Shem's not a nun. There's no nuns. This ain't a nunnery. We're talking Bible, but we're also just some normal dudes. Just a couple normal soy boys chatting about the Bible, right? Just
Enjoying our goy slop.
Just a
He's
couple goy boys.
He's got his Coca-Cola. I got my goy cough.
I don't have any Coca-Cola tonight, actually, which is bottled in the Garden of Eden, by the way, but doesn't matter. So, orange juice is great. Drink some orange juice. It's great for your body. Great for your teeth, too. Orange juice is great for your teeth. Don't rinse your teeth with it, but chugging orange juice will remineralize your teeth. Very, very good for you. It's got all the salts. It's got all the, I think it's got silica in there, too. Silica is amazing for your teeth. Whatever does have silica is good for your teeth.
I just realized that question was about this super chat. Forgot.
Mhm.
Joe feels flame.
Okay. Well, yeah, I don't know if that answer your question. Oranges, I don't claim to be like don't have any like I'm not having daily out of body experiences or anything, but I'm a pretty intuitive guy. We'll just leave it at that. I am plenty in touch with my creator, enough for my needs, and orange juice definitely helps me get there. So not saying I'm got it all figured out, but if I'm answering your question, I'd have to say yes. Whatever powers or increased energy or perception that I have, I definitely credit orange juice. That's all. Thank you for the $2. Now let's we did all of 9. We did all of chapter 9. So let's talk about the food. These are the Noahide laws, by the way. God blessed Noah and his sons and said unto them, be fruitful, blah, blah, blah. And the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, and upon every fowl of the air, upon all that moveth upon the earth, and upon all the fishes of the sea. Into your hand are they delivered. Now, God's saying all the animals are going to be, whoa, you can interpret this as all the animals are going to be afraid of you. You were once the steward of Eden, the keeper of the garden. Now you're just another vagabond, drifter, wanderer. Man no longer has this exalted position. And man is going to have to hunt, especially after a flood. Are there gardens, just ready for man to take up when he lands from the flood? Hell no. He's got to get off those mountains. Then he's got to wait for, vegetation to even start growing again. And if you're lucky, you'll get some fruit trees in a couple of years. Big fruit trees, right? If you're very lucky, you'll be able to scavenge food. But let's be honest. God told them to bring stores of food with them. That probably would have went through that pretty quick. And they had a whole lot of animals. And let's say they let loose the animals, if we're interpreting this literally. Those animals would have had to eat other animals. And none of this voids vegetarianism or, debunks it or takes away its foundation or anything like that. It actually all supports vegetarianism. And it tells us these conditions were not earned. This was a punishment. The punishment of the law of nature had to get restructured. Man is now a predator, it seems. God's saying, you don't have to be a predator, but you will be recognized as a predator. The dread of you will be in every animal. Now, yeah, Shem?
A couple weeks ago, I kind of brought up this point, and we ended up talking about how the animals no longer fear us. Do you remember that?
Yeah, well, Jesus set the record straight. Jesus corrected this way of thinking. Ever since this moment, man is dealing with this concept of sin and mistake and punishment. And it's something that he'd wrestled with. It was turmoil for thousands of years. Jesus,
I like that.
I like that. I like that, Daddy. Can you say that more?
I like that.
Can you say more of that, please? Wow, I'm gonna shit on your whole movie, but if you say something really insignificant, I like that, Dave.
Shit on your whole movie.
Yeah.
Can you play the part? You want to play the part?
You just stay quiet and be nice, okay? Just kidding.
You should play the part where I did that. It's like you won't find it. Shit on the movie.
Okay. Well, your definition of shit is different than mine, I guess. It doesn't matter. It's okay. Actually, you're not alone. Other people shit on the movie. And
I was see, this is what happened. I was expecting, based on the comments, that I actually did, and I just didn't remember it. I went back and watched it, and I literally said nothing negative about the movie at all. I just don't think people can comprehend simple English sentences.
No, you're just manipulative and a gaslighter, and you totally did say I don't know what you were like. These people don't know what they're talking about. Essentially, you were like these people don't do any research. These people don't know what they're talking about. I'm paraphrasing, but you said this.
No, it was more along the lines of they stopped researching. They don't research into it, and for some reason,
Again, but you're going after the people 15 minutes into the movie, and you're
We have to,
not focused.
you have to understand. What I said was they could have been leaving it out because it was for beginners.
No, it's
Literally, it was the
very
thing. It was like the thing I opened up with, and then I asked, "Do we get to this in the movie?" Before I said what I was saying, and even after. But yeah, I mean, I can see where you're coming from there. I'm definitely not good at delivering, which is why I'm not making videos or like doing anything because not the best
it's
speaker.
okay. I'm only teasing, Sean. I'm happy that you critique the movie. I could care less, honestly. Like I'm very proud of the movie, but I'm also proud of my YouTube channel, and I don't hear you shitting on that too much. But
As I didn't shit on the movie. I watched it again because I was shocked but I was like, damn, I must have been an asshole. I went back. I would have gladly admitted if I was, but I genuinely don't think I
you're
said
I'm not
anything.
no, I didn't say you're being an asshole, but you shit on the movie only 15 minutes into it. But again, I literally don't care because I know it was great, and I know you're just a tad jealous, but whatever. It's okay.
I would have
And
never been in the movie. I would have just tried to help behind the scenes, if anything.
right, you would have pulled a. Doesn't matter. I'm only teasing. What were we talking about for real though?
The blood, fear of the animals.
Yeah,
Basically, we're wrapping up talking about the fear of the animals for man.
right.
The end of part 2.
People point to this as if it's like some grand justification for eating meat. Number one, it's not, and number two, it's a punishment. These conditions, the Noahide laws, was God lowering the bar as low as it goes. Just so you know, if anyone's going to use Genesis chapter 9, verse 3, which is one that a lot of low IQ meat eaters tend to send me, is Dr. Longo. What about chapter 9, verse 3? Doesn't it say we can eat whatever we want? It actually, yeah, it does. But when you see this, every moving thing that liveth shall be meat for you. Even as the green herb have I given you all things. So God's saying, initially I gave you herb and fruit bearing seed. Now you're able to eat anything. I don't care. You've fallen so low that I can't grade you on that rubric anymore. I can't grade you by that criteria because man was too weak. Got a lot of weak people out there who could never commit to a vegetarian lifestyle. I'll say it, I don't give a shit. It takes strength to commit to a vegetarian lifestyle. And it's not committing, it's not omitting foods that you like to eat. I don't struggle to be a vegetarian. I love being a vegetarian. I love eating what's good for you. I love eating what's good for me, what's healthy, what's natural. But there's a lot of people who are just too goddamn corrupted to ever get close to that. And God is addressing those people when He says, I've lowered the bar so low that you can eat anything. You can eat anything. So people using chapter 9, verse 3 as an excuse to eating meat will have to note that bugs, grasshoppers, every moving thing, every creeping thing is included in this allowance. When God says, yeah, whatever, you can eat whatever, He's saying, I can no longer grade you on your natural diet because you've fallen so low. And when He gives the order that you can eat whatever you want, He's including dogs, crickets, octopus. A lot of people eat octopus. Things that you would never consider eating. So be careful citing this verse because it's the same verse that you could even argue allows you to eat humans. Later on, it says, at the hand of man will I require man's blood. Is man supposed to be sacrificing man? Well, if you've got a low IQ, that's probably what you'd come away with, thinking the same way you think about chapter 9, verse 3. Every creeping thing, every moving thing, every fowl of the air. So yeah, meat eaters, go eat some crow. Go eat some mockingbird. Go buy some parakeet from the pet store and fry that up. Go eat some crickets like, what's his face? Klaus Schwab would like you to eat. Go eat some,
Or like John the
Yeah.
Baptist.
go eat some maggots. Well, that's what God's saying when he's saying you can eat anything. It's all the same. So just because you like steak, you're not doing any better than eating dog. Go eat some dog. Be a man. Be a man. Eat your dog. Be a man and eat your dog. Okay? Enough of this. Any meat eater who won't eat their dog is a fucking pussy. Eat your dog and follow God's commandments. No, just kidding. Don't eat your dog. Don't eat your rabbit. None of them. God allows it because of the need to survive. This is after the flood. This is after the ice age. You have to get by. Man had to get by. So God lowered the bar so low that only Jesus could pick it back up. Ever since Jesus, we've been living on the Eden standard. Eden standard. Jesus returned us to the original factory settings.
I agree with that.
It's the bar being lowered so low. I don't know how anyone can look at this and see anything other than the bar being lowered. People act, I kid you not, Shem. There's carnivore people who've DM'd me acting like they earned this gift. Like God, like we earned such good favor in God's eyes that he, gladly gave us the right to eat meat. No. It was an embarrassment. An embarrassment. God was embarrassed. Noah was the best of the best, but even he could no longer be graded on the scale that God had originally intended for. So whether it was just the need to survive, to eat meat, my ancestors ate meat. I ate meat growing up. I ate flesh, carrion, corpses. And that's the game. It's a material world. There's decay. There's ever since the expulsion from the Garden of Eden, there is a general struggle over resources. The advent of industry, seasons making life harder. All these things. So, God understood what was ahead of man. And eating meat is what had to be done. And it's shameful. It's a stain on the human race. It's one that we've been slowly working our way back from. People today, mostly eating vegetables anyway. Whatever. So, chapter 9, verse 3, God does grant us the ability to eat meat. He says you're no longer going to be judged the same way that you were for eating meat, right? You're going to be viewed as a predator. All the animals are going to be terrified of you. So, this is, and granted, from here, life didn't really get much better. Right. You get a lot of wandering, got a lot of living in the wilderness and, just scraping by, things like that. I'm more interested in that Eden lifestyle. I'm more interested in the original factory settings, not the fallen, broken, reworked factory settings. Hell no. So, what's up?
The Garden of Eden argument, eating of the fruit.
What?
You said you crave the factory settings. We wouldn't need to crave them if we didn't eat the fruit.
It's all, well, Hashem. If we could just go back and not eat the fruit. Yeah, and Jesus wouldn't have come either. None of the things that were destined to happen would have happened. It happened. It is the way it is.
Good point.
Would you ever watch a movie if it was just sunshine and happiness from start to finish? No.
That's the catch. I wouldn't watch a movie.
Oh my God. Wow, guys. Shem is also a 5D ascended indigo light child, 5D Reiki Akashic master.
Exactly.
There's two of us. What a time to be alive. Two ascended masters in the same the same live stream. Shem, yeah,
That really happens, man.
it's tough. Shem's the only person who's more of a contrarian than me. That's why we get along. Someone says one thing, you have to say the other.
Exactly.
So here's another part of this that we're going to get into. Whoso sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. And a little bit farther before that. And surely your blood of your lives will I require. At the hand of every beast will I require it. Now, a lot of people point to that and say, well, look, God's saying, we're sinners. Our blood is required. God needs our blood, and look, it's at the hand of other animals that he requires it. The hand of every beast, right? Well, if you're, again, careful, guys, careful. If we're using chapter 9, verse 5 as a justification for blood sacrifice, well, let's just flip the page here, or just, next sentence. It is also saying, at the hand of every man's brother will I require the life of man. Hang on. So if we're talking about sacrificing animals, your blood of your lives will I require it. At the hand of every beast will I require it. Be careful thinking that means animal sacrifice and that God demands animal sacrifice of you for your sins, because in the literal next sentence, he says, at the hand of every man's brother will I require the life of man. So make our mind up. If this is commanding blood sacrifice, it's also commanding human sacrifice. And I don't think anyone, except for Israel, is in support of human sacrifice. Right?
I don't know.
So,
What about NATO and the UN and all these bad boys?
well, I'm only teasing. There's a lot of sacrificers out there. But,
Planned Parenthood.
yeah. I'm going to start a gardening organization. It's going to be called Plant Parenthood.
Take it back. I get you. Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of a confusing verse for me. Part 5. I'm not sure.
Well, if you're into the box saga, there's a whole nother way to take that. Blood, according to Aleister Crowley, according to the Templars, according to the... I'm going to drop a big Masonic secret here, and I don't give a shit. They can blow me. Freemasons are a bunch of losers who dress up and LARP They're just LARPers who get around and pretty much waste time. They don't know half the shit they claim to know. Masons who walk in through the door have rarely, if ever, impressed me in terms of their knowledge. I know some very cool, talented Freemasons. It's not because they're Freemasons. They're talented in their own right and they're smart in their own right. But I know a hell of a lot of just dumb, stupid, low IQ, oblivious Freemasons. They're exactly what you think. People who think they're running the world while they're also in the club that's telling them how to tell people that they don't run the world.
They actually
And,
say that?
and they don't run the Oh, you guys want to get into some rabbit holes? Shem, you ever heard my Freemason story?
I don't think so.
Whatever. Here, I want to get in. We'll get into it. We'll save that for the end.
If I did, I
okay?
don't remember it right at this moment.
I'll tell my Freemason story at the end. But here's the secret. Here's the Masonic secret. It's all hanky-panky gay shit. I'm not the first one to drop that. Okay. It's all gay sex magic. It starts off with just a beer club, drinking club, some representative rituals. Oh yes, this clock represents this, and yeah, the dagger represents this, and yeah, you're okay. 10 years later, you're doing the same shit. You're watching the same TV. You're just sitting there under the same LED, fluorescent lights or whatever, just doing nothing. Every once in a while, you get deep enough, whatever, you have a group lap dance every once in a while, right? 90%, seriously, that's what these losers do. And they get group lap dances and get aroused around each other to like raise the energy. It's fucking gay. And what's another thing that Freemasons hide? What's one of their deep, dark secrets? Whenever they say blood, Templars, the real ones, the ones who actually know what's going on, they're talking about semen. So blood and semen. How what this has to do with animals, I'm not exactly sure, but I
Is it?
but I know
Wait a
that
second.
in the Bach saga, the offerings exclusively have to do with sexual fluids. So offering in the Bible, sexual fluids.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is it fair to associate blood with knowledge then? If blood is semen, and in the Bach saga, the consumption of the semen is what gives him knowledge originally, right? Is it a fair equation, or am I just reaching here?
Say it one more time.
So blood equals semen, but in the Bach saga,
Yeah.
semen is the way that the consumption of the semen is how he gained his initial knowledge.
Right.
So is it fair to equate blood in the Bible with knowledge in that context?
I don't know. It's the soul, the life is in the blood. Well, here, that's we got to rewind too and finish up the diet aspect to this. Again, guys, God does not permit the consumption of corpses, by the way. He's saying you can eat them all. You can eat anything you need to. If you want to eat grasshoppers and cockroaches and snakes and worms, they're all available to you. No holds barred. Fucking, whatever. I'll find a different way to grade you in your worthiness. So, but then it goes on to say, chapter 9, verse 3, every moving thing that liveth shall be meat for you, even as the green herb have I given you all things. Doesn't say for food. Meat for you. Meat for you to work with. Material. Right? Meat can mean a whole lot of things. It doesn't say eat. Doesn't say food. But the flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, ye shall not eat. So to me, what do I really think this means? I think it means working with animals, milking animals. You know, it's an increased dominion over animals. That's our original factory settings, is dominion over the animals. The leopard doesn't have dominion over its prey. But mankind is a dolphin trainer, an elephant tamer, a lion tamer, swimming with alligators, befriending every animal in the world. Mankind can befriend. That's our superpower. That's what we're designed by God to do, is to interact with every animal in the world and to look out for them. You know, if the owl gets caught in a vine, and the only thing that's going to benefit from that is if it slowly dies and it gets decayed and, you know, maggots and stuff. Let's just set the owl free. Give it another chance. Redeem the owl. That's man's presence on the earth. It's the X factor. It's the stroke of luck beyond just the natural order of things. So yes, we have the impulse to get involved in nature, even when we don't have necessarily the right to get involved. Because, you know, saving the owl from getting snared in a, let's just say a bird gets snared in a vine, can't take off. Mankind has the aptitude, has the discernment, the discretion to say, it is time to help. I can step in and free the bird, even though, hypothetically, it might take food from the fox. Maybe the fox was going to find that and eat it. Well, mankind has the divine authority to step in and increase the moral, dimension of nature, to say, what about friendship? What about companionship? Mankind can insert those things into nature and give higher meaning and higher purpose to just something lost in the woods. And all those interactions, anytime you come across an animal in need, you are compelled to help. Compelled to help. When it says that all the animals will be meat for you, I think what it's saying is you can use animals for whatever the fuck you need to. Because initially God says he made the furs, he made the coats for a man and woman, the first clothing out of furs. Well, ever since then, we don't really get much of a description. When you have be meat for you, meat can mean material. It doesn't say eat. It actually warns against eating. So there's a couple ways to look at this. Either every moving thing that liveth shall be meat for you, even as the green herb have I given you all things. He gave us all things. And as he gave us the green herb, he gave us meat. He gave us animals for meat. Now, it's interesting, he doesn't say eat, and he actually warns against eating in the next verse. So anybody who's going to point to chapter 9, verse 3, has to read chapter 9, verse 4 with it. Every moving thing that liveth shall be meat for you, even as the green herb have I given you all things. But flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, shall ye not eat. One way to look at this is flesh, don't eat it, or blood, don't eat it. Or don't eat flesh because it has blood in it. The only way out of this, the only way that a meat eater could walk away, treating this as a justification for eating meat, would be if they drained the blood entirely from what they're going to eat. That's the only way you can look at this and truly say, well, God's letting us eat meat. He's declaring that we can eat meat. No, you got to look at that closer. If he's granting you to eat meat, then in the same breath and in the same stroke, he's allowing you to eat crickets, grasshoppers, snakes, worms, maggots, and your dog, and your mom's dog. that sound appetizing? I don't know. But when he says, "But flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, shall ye not eat," that's pretty explicit. That is the most explicit thing yet in chapter 9. But the flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, shall ye not eat. Listen, people. Hear him. Hear it. Renounce your addiction to adrenochrome. Stop going to stop ordering the fucking meat. Stop ordering the beef. You're not ordering. You're calling upon a corpse. You're summoning a corpse. When you order, "Oh, I'd like the beef. I'd like the pork, please." No, 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 no. Those are animals. Those cute little names. It's pig. Just say pig. I'll have the pig, please. I'll have the cow, please. Throw a little dog on the menu. Come on, guys. Why are we disobeying God's commandments? Let's get dog on the menu. Where are my meat eaters at? Why do we have a bunch of picky meat eaters? Are you guys rabbis or something? Not eating certain animals? Real men eat dog.
I think it's more of just the culture. Like each civilization around the world has their own propaganda that tells them what to eat. Basically, probably has a lot to do with it. But I do think what you brought up is a fascinating concept about us being able to help animals. I think about that all the time. But of course, I think negatively too sometimes. Like I saw this one video where a guy thinks he's helping a fish, and then the alligator or whatever eats the fish immediately. But as far as uh, verse 3 and verse 4, I guess it just depends on what you define as a life. I agree with you that the animals are what's being referred to here with the breath of life, or with. But when it says, "But the flesh with the life thereof," I agree that that's describing animals as well, because not only Plato but uh, Jewish belief is that you can be reincarnated into an animal depending on the way you live your life or what you choose in the afterlife. In Plato's case, so what do
Right.
you think is the I guess the argument against that would be in Genesis 2, where it specifically says that life is put into the nostrils of or breathed into the nostril of man. So
Yeah.
what would be your argument against Genesis 2 in that case?
Against it? Why do I have to
Like,
argue against it?
is the breath of life just specifically for man only, or is it referring to animals? Is I guess the question.
Well, the animals of the field, I think, also got, breath of life is kind of like, to me, it's like purpose and inspiration and faith and commitment to God's greater plan. Like there's a lot of animals that are living. In fact, one of the first creation of man, which may not have been Adam, was absent of the breath of life, I believe. I think.
I think the second creation is when that happens as well. Let's go back.
Yeah, in Genesis 1, it says, "Let us make man in our image." Genesis chapter 1, verse 26. "And God said, Let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth." So yeah, I don't know if it says breath of life, but it says the life therein.
It says
Right.
in chapter 2, verse 7, it says, "And the Lord God formed man of the dust and of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life." That's what I'm referring to.
Yep. It does, but in chapter 8, it doesn't say breath of life, or 9. It just says the life therein. Correct?
Yeah.
So the life therein. The breath of life is inspiration, inspire, respiration. Spear means breath. Spiro. So respirate, respire. That's that's the breath of life, is inspiration. To feel God's goodness inside of you, to feel like you're part of God's plan. This is all the breath of life. Inspiration. It's the best inspiration there is. So the breath in this case, it's a good distinction you're making, Shem. But I think it's
Two different
not
things.
the breath of life. Yeah, it's still life though. If we look at Cain and Abel, though, you'll see a little bit more about the adrenochrome in blood and why doesn't God want you to eat the blood? Guys, the Bible is truth. It is reality. It is a science manual. If you look at chapter 9, let's just say God is letting you eat meat, okay? Let's just say God is letting you eat meat. Well, he's not letting you eat blood. And if you're eating meat, you better make sure there's not a smidge of blood left on there. Why? Because it's adrenochrome. And God hates adrenochrome. God does not want you eating adrenochrome. That's why adrenochrome makes you crazy. That's why eating meat makes you crazy. You guys might think I'm crazy. Whatever. Meat eaters are crazy. Flesh eaters are crazy. Those who consume flesh are depraved. Only a sinful, demonic urge is behind the desire of flesh and blood. No human being in their right mind craves flesh or gore. They're repulsive. It's the very standard for what disgusting is gore. The smell of putrefying corpses. True carnivores, not the animals that LARP like us. We LARP as a predator a lot of the time. Animals that really hunt, true carnivores, they lust over the smell of decaying flesh. They lust over the sight of gore. When blood, gushes out of a fresh wound, the predator seeks to lap it up. Mankind is so far removed from a predator. We're LARPing. It's embarrassing, too. We have dominion over the animals. A bunch of pussies playing around with guns in the woods, shooting defenseless animals like a coward. Hunters are cowards. They're worse than cowards. Do you know why? Because cowards and shepherds will fight to protect their animals. Hunters fight to protect nothing. They're just taking. Oh, but hunters are actually really good for the environment. No, they're not. If you took away the licensing and all this shit, if you took away all the red tape, they'd hunt things into extinction like they always have. Hunting is one of man's biggest follies. And I say this with experience. I grew up hunting. I've killed more than any of you can hope to kill in multiple lifetimes. I've slaughtered many animals in my 15 years of hunting. I killed everything. Everything in Florida there is to kill, I killed. Okay? So I'm not proud of that. But anyone out there who thinks they're tough or this because they're a hunter, no. Hunting didn't make me tough. Not at all. In fact, it's pretty embarrassing to look back on. Real men at least take a knife, right? At least to go fight something that can hurt you. Whatever.
No, I think it's amazing the way that you change your life around it, because that's one problem I have with people who eat meat, which I eat meat, and you don't alienate me by saying this stuff, because I have remorse for what I do, because I understand that animals are living creatures as well and they deserve respect. So I think that taking the step that you took is definitely brave, and I hope that people who eat meat can at least not make fun of the fact that they're eating meat or killing innocent animals, because that's what you see a lot of the time is they take pride in literally killing, like they're joking about it and happy about it. It's not that it doesn't even make sense to me at all. I can't even explain it. It's just that's what you see is people who like joke about it. It's one thing to eat it, it's another thing to have no value in the life that you're consuming whatsoever.
No, it's just a bunch of triggered people who eat meat have a guilty conscience. And that's why I have so much fun dealing with them, because you only need to say a little to get a lot in response. The guilty conscience you'll notice is an overwhelming pressure on someone's psyche. So much so that when you point out their crimes, right, they will endlessly seek to justify their own crimes. A vegetarian has no need to justify their lifestyle. No need. Somebody can look me in the eyes and tell me what I'm doing is wrong. No, not true. And I don't have any need to prove it. The proof's in the pudding. Right? Now, also, we have no right to be vicious to animals. They've done nothing wrong to you. Nothing wrong whatsoever. They have no attitude, no, negative, no, negative personality traits. Animals are animals. Humans are wretched. The thoughts are evil continually, like God said, right? I have no problem being vicious to a human. I will not shed a tear for hurting a human. Not if they deserve it. Hell no. There's not a single instance in which an animal deserves it, unless I put myself in an animal's habitat, a dangerous animal's habitat. If I'm in their own front yard, and I don't know what's going on. Yeah, you might get attacked here and there. You might get attacked and, fight them off if you get attacked. But if a man lives a harmonious lifestyle, you're not going to get attacked by a predator. There will never be a justification in your life for needlessly slaughtering animals. God supports this. Jesus supports this. The 513 people in the room who haven't gone anywhere since we've been talking about this, I commend you guys. I'm always relieved when I start talking about the vegan rants, and there's more people in the room. There's more people in the chat room. People, you know what I've learned in my short time being alive? People love being held to a higher standard. They might not admit it. They might groan and moan and outwardly whine, but they love it and they keep coming back. That's how the military works. That's how any great institution works. You have to be hard on people, hold someone to a higher standard, and they will rise to the occasion. What we have today and what you had in the Noahide laws is kind of lowering the bar, right? Lowering the bar. You hold people to a low standard. What are you going to get in return? Not much. So if I'm too sassy for your taste, if I'm too triggered and too vegetarian, whatever, I'm holding you to a higher standard. Hold me to a high standard. That's what I want. And
I think you would feel bad about hurting a human, especially since you have faith in Jesus. You have to think about Stephen and Jesus himself. Both were getting
no,
killed and persecuted, and they asked God to forgive the people
okay.
hurting
Well,
them.
killing is one thing. I used to play lacrosse, Shem. Okay, and I used to be a little bit bigger than I am today. I was eating meat. I was playing lacrosse, which is like hockey on, you're running around playing hockey. I've sent multiple people to the hospital in fair play, fair game, not picking on anyone. I don't have a shred of remorse about hurting people in a fair, setting like that, like lacrosse, By the way, guys, Dr. Longo was the meanest person on the lacrosse field. Meanest person on the lacrosse field. Go ask anybody that grew up with me, grew up playing lacrosse with me. I was the meanest guy on the lacrosse field. I played goalie and I played defense. I've sent multiple people to the hospital. 3 people I've knocked cold unconscious playing lacrosse. I don't have a shred of, guilt, anything. Their parents shrieked in horror. Some of them. One of their parents tried to fight me because their kid was going to the hospital. Okay. I don't care about that. He signed up for the same thing I signed up for. And if it happened to me, you wouldn't have heard me crying or complaining. It's the same way with warfare. Any man who grabs an assault rifle, puts on his body armor, the guy on the other end of that's signing up for the same thing. I don't give a shit. The animals don't sign up for anything. They eat each other to survive.
Your logic, yeah, I mean, your logic makes perfect sense in that situation. You're basing your lack of remorse on a strict set of rules that were in place that you're following to the best of your ability. So that makes sense that you wouldn't feel remorse in that situation. To me, although I would argue that we definitely do need to start reading the New Testament soon together, because I think you should feel some sort of, if you did it out of any type of negative. That's the thing, is if you did it for any negative reason, then that's different. But if you just did it because you genuinely felt like you were doing what you're supposed to do, obviously you won't be feeling remorse.
Well, that's another thing. I don't feel too much. I feel embarrassed because of how cowardly it is that I wasn't just hunting animals with a knife, at least, or at least hunting like, predatory animals. There's a little bit of shame. But as far as guilt, that's another thing, Shem. Like my dad was telling me to do all this shit. My dad raised us hunting. I didn't grow up. I didn't come out of the womb saying, "Yeah, let's go fucking slay some deer." I came out of the womb, lived a normal life, but my dad raised me to hunt. My dad loved hunting. He was like a game warden or like some hunting official, like right out of college. My dad fucking gutted animals, did all that shit. I grew up around that, gutting animals, entrails, gore. I've seen pigs cut open every single way you can ever imagine. I've seen full-grown men play with body parts of animals, right? All this shit. And none of that affected me. None of that was, dare I say, none of that was on me. It's like witnessing a car accident instead of causing it. So it kind of makes sense. Like
I mean, I just think you have
God's
I just think you have a very productive and different way of dealing with it. I think that you still feel remorseful, but your decision, I'm not saying, I mean, you can do whatever you want with this information, but I think that your decision to be a vegetarian today is your way of kind of repenting and showing remorse for that without actually having to feel bad because it's justified.
That's a very Shem mindset, by the way.
Exactly. So yeah,
That's a very Shem mindset.
you don't have to agree with me, but I respect it
Just-
regardless. It doesn't
just-
matter.
Just living normally. And the point is that animals deserve our best. Animals deserve our absolute best. Is all I'm trying to say. Not trying to glorify my lacrosse exploits. There, wasn't the best guy. Wasn't the best player in the state, but definitely hurt a lot of people. So, playing lacrosse. What I'm saying is, animals deserve our best. Animals deserve our best behavior and what we're capable of. Humans, not always. It's a very equal playing field. That's kind of what I was trying to paint, the picture I was trying to paint. We're all sinners in that regard. And the damage being done man to man is way, 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 way less of an impact on your soul than how you treat animals. God will judge you greatly for how you treat animals and what animals you choose to eat. How you deal with other humans who are also dealing with the stresses and temptations of life. God's going to be pretty freaking forgiving about how you treat other people. Take that to the bank. Trust me. God is going to hold a razor to your throat when it comes to how you treated animals. Take that to the bank. Prove me wrong in the next life. Maybe. I know I'm right. I've read enough books to know I'm right in that, at least. Okay? You can treat humans largely however you want, to the best of your ability, but it's all an equal playing field. That's why I was talking about playing lacrosse. We all signed up. We all put the pads on. We all signed up for the same rules and the same, we're all subject to the same dangers. It's an equal playing field, right? Well, the matter of animals, they are not signed up on the same playing field as us. They're not endowed like us. To kill animals for no reason is shameful. It's embarrassing. It's cowardly. Go fight someone. Go become a UFC fighter if you're angry, if you like hurting things or whatever. There's a time and a place, go sign up for the military. Go shoot fucking humans. Go shoot other worthless fucking humans that are living shitty lives. Go shoot other people. Hunting is for such pussies. Does nothing for the environment. All these hunters who think they're like fucking Jane Goodall by gunning down animals are such low IQ mouth breathers. And here I saw some, I see some other comments in here. I love addressing this stuff, guys. So hit us with whatever you got. Any criticisms, that's fine. Oh my God. Here, we're going to get through this stuff. Oh my God. I'm going to try not to be demeaning. Just kidding. I love everyone. And my attitude, my sass is largely what comes with this channel. But just got to tell you guys, am I interpreting this right? Is this a full-grown man, or is this a little girl that's afraid of vegetables? Can you please call in and let us know? Is this a full-grown man that's afraid of vegetables, or is this just a little girl that's afraid of vegetables? If it's a full-grown man, we're in trouble, guys. We're in big trouble. So I don't mean to pick on you, but is this actually a full-grown man that's afraid of vegetables? Please tell me that Liver King has not infected your brain so deeply. Please tell me that Paul Salad Dino has not infected your brain so badly that you think vegetables are out to get you.
Bareback.
Goitrogens, phytoestrogen, phytates, and the lectins and the oxalates and the goitrogens and the phytoestrogen, the phytates and the tannins and raw. These stuff is bad for you, man. Just eat the bull testicles. Just eat the liver. Liver King looks great. Paul Saladino never went back on anything he said. Paul Saladino, I got a picture of Paul Saladino in my bathroom. Every time I take my once a week carnivore bowel movement, I get to look at Paul Saladino on my bathroom wall. So yeah, carnivores, as you're enjoying your once a week bowel movement, sorry, I don't know. Am I fucking completely insufferable? Just a sassy little vegan twink? I don't know. Sometimes I feel like it. Sometimes I feel like the arbiter of truth, but maybe I'm just a triggered vegan. But I don't know. Am I the only one with common sense here? Am I the only one with common sense? You know that deers eat grass, right? You know that cows eat grass, right? They can eat all the grass and the herbs in the world, and they don't die. They live a whole, healthy life. Okay? So, no, there are no dangers. No dangers. I cannot believe epigenetic dangers. If someone's actually worried about epigenetic dangers, you would never even consider eating adrenochrome again. Is there dangers of it? Number one, that's kind of redundant, dude. Is there dangers of epigenetic dangers of lectins, oxalates, goitrogens, phytoestrogen, phytates, and tannins, and raw vegetables? You ever heard of heavy metal poisoning in the fat of animals. You know that animals are bioaccumulators, right? That the fat of animals is a bioaccumulator. You're more likely to get heavy metal, toxicity from animal fat than any fruit or vegetable in the world. So listen,
Probably looked up
just
who this dude is.
just because Paul Salad Dino looked up like the long scientific names of just everyday fruit juices doesn't mean that these things are bad for you. Goitrogens, phytoestrogen, phytates, oxalates. Oh my god. But Central Texas Aboriginal. I mean no disrespect. But just for the sake of everyone out there that also thinks like this, I need to know for a fact. Are you a full-grown man or are you a little girl? Because where I'm from, the way I was raised, full-grown men are not afraid of vegetables. Oxalates, goitrogens, phytoestrogen, none of these are a problem to the deer. None of these are a problem to the monkey. They're not a problem to you. If you're actually worried about epigenetic dangers, do not eat meat ever again because you'll become addicted to adrenochrome. And the fat in meat is one of the greatest bioaccumulators of heavy metals, toxins, pollution. These cows are like torture victims. You know that, right? They're living in like a Mad Max Blade Runner nightmare, inhaling their own shit all day long in giant feed factories. You know the little cow in the pasture that's on like the packaging of your butter? Yeah, that thing, your butter never came anywhere from that. All this meat and shit, all this grass fed, all this shit, they're living in feedlots. Have you ever been to a dairy farm? You ever been to a real beef farm? There's a bunch of them in Florida. They're not pretty. They smell like death. They smell like shit and death. Cows chew on grass like most of the day. They swallow the grass once and then regurgitate the clumped up grass that's been once digested. They regurgitate it into their mouth and then they chew on the throw up for the rest of the day. This is how they break down the cellulose in grass. And humans don't eat grass off the ground. That's too much cellulose. We can't eat that like them. You'd have to throw it up a couple times and eat it again. That's how cows eat the grass right off the ground. So they're essentially eating their own throw up all day. This is called chewing the cud. Chewing the cud. Cows chew the cud all day. And because of this, they break down grass and they're able to deposit the minerals from grass right into their fat. That's kind of why it's somewhat good for you. It makes you fit, it'll build your muscle. Yeah, you'll get nice and strong as if you've just stolen another man's occupation. Yeah, you work at a desk, but you look like a lumberjack because you're a loser who's, eating adrenochrome. So there's no dangers to eating vegetables. None whatsoever. Cooking them is a great way to guarantee there's nothing, that we're not supposed to be eating fresh right off the ground. Maybe certain things might be too strong for us, but this is like the very, very tiny minimum, the very, very small minority of vegetables might be, have one thing that you shouldn't be eating every single day. Well, the same could be said for meat. You eat steak every day of your life, you will turn redder than a fire hydrant. You will get puffy and veiny. Your fat will start to deposit underneath your muscles. This is why meat eaters think they're so tough, like Arnold Schwarzenegger. No, because the meat starts depositing under the muscles. And this is why you get that liver king. They're fat and muscular at the same time. They're fat under their muscles. So, some people asked epigenetic dangers. I mean, come on, bro. Quit eating adrenochrome. Quit eating meat. That's the epigenetic danger. That's the epigenetic danger. Adrenochrome. There's other things in there, like adrenochrome. All mammal meat adrenalizes.
The Liver
Yes.
King.
Yeah, we got a bunch.
I went to watch Liver King because I think this is the 7th episode we've done on this. I'm not sure, but every time you brought him up, I just looked him up. He's like some muscular guy.
Is the visor to hide the vegan hair loss? That's hilarious. I have the nicest hair. Only because you're telling me to address it. My hair is glorious. I have women fawn over my hair. Hey, you make me tap myself on the back. I'll tap myself on the back. Dipshit. Is the visor number one? Visors don't hide anything. So here we've got a low IQ normie, carnivore, low IQ normie, not hiding anything. And you see the crown of my head? That's about as dense hair as you'll ever find. Hey, I am the Buddha. Would you mind calling in?
You just want someone to call it.
This is fun. No, I want someone to stick up for what they say, not be a little bitch. I am the Buddha. Would you please kindly join in with video so we can see what a specimen you are? Please show us what hair loss really looks like. He wants to see the hairline. Oh, my hairline is...
Someone says, "Can we get a sniff?" It's impossible, unfortunately. Go to the meetups. Kind of got the Prince Vegeta going on.
Get pwned, bitch. Get pwned. I'll fucking whip all my clothes off if I need to. Prove you guys wrong about everything. Yeah. So I've got a, bit of a widow's peak, but that hairline's right where it's been since I've been 14, 15. Yeah. And if it's receded or anything, it's actually because my brain is 3 times larger than yours and it needs some space. Okay. So oh, okay. People want to see the chest hair now. Oh, okay, fine. We'll get started. Yeah. I am the Buddha. Please join in with video so we can see how fugly you are. I can do this all night. So I started off on a big fruit diet when I was a kid. I was on fruit exclusively almost first year of my life. Recently told me. My mom told me. So
I got about 10 minutes left, though, unfortunately, for tonight. I got to wake up early. Is there anything else you wanted to go over during that time period? I'm cool with just hanging out. I don't care.
oh, I think I am the Buddha is gonna hop in. That'll be great.
Did you want to hit some of the super chats while we're waiting on them?
I actually don't see them.
I thought there was
Some,
like 2 or 3.
something on my my display is different today.
Yeah, I can't scroll back that far.
Yeah, I don't. The comments aren't. Here, I am the Buddha. Come join in. I saw some saw another comment saying, I love these. They're like softball pitches. Guys, keep throwing me softball pitches. Fucking out the park. You've got who said this? People saying
Someone said it's going to take us 15 years to get through the Bible at this rate.
15 years to get through the Bible.
At this rate. We're on page 18. Actually, it's probably different on your version.
Let's see here. We got someone in here. I hope that's him. Someone made the comment of saying, "Don't." What did something like animals? Don't plants don't want to be eaten, right? Plants don't want to be eaten. Does anyone agree with that? Does anyone think that? Because the Bible clears that up too. But here, let's bring Riley in. What's up, Riley?
Hey, what up?
Is that
I'm not
you?
Nah, no, it's not me,
Yeah.
bro. I'm just
No,
a big
yeah,
fan.
you're way too good looking and fit to be Mr. Buddha.
Ah,
Oh, shit.
thank you,
Yeah,
man.
sir.
Yeah, I live in Australia, but I grew up in America. So fucking just big fan, bro. Big fan. I thought I'd jump in.
Nice. Appreciate it. Go rally the troops, get Mr. Buddha in here.
Bro, if I can find Mr. Boston,
Mr. Boston.
I'm always commenting about Mr. Boston, bro.
Who's Mr. Boston?
That one dude
Oh,
you're arguing with
you
him like probably
reckon-
2 months ago or something.
yeah, dude, you were asking, bro. It was like this, but it was absolutely insane. Anyways, I always think back to it, just respect.
Whatever.
All right, dude.
People should call in. I mean, I don't get why people
Yeah.
talk shit and don't.
I really think they should call in, man. Like I'm fucking sitting here. I called in.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
boom.
It's not that hard.
The link's
I just did it
real,
on my
guys.
phone. Yeah,
Yo, are
on
you
the other side of the world. So.
Are you a hater, dude? Do you have anything interesting that we can dispute?
Well, to be honest, like, nah, just I do like to watch. Like these Bible studies always turn into something.
Yeah.
So I'll watch every time I get the chance, man. It's awesome. No, I'm not a hater, bro. Like,
Nice.
I'm a lover, man. I appreciate what y'all do.
So yeah.
Peace, boys. I'll hop out so
Okay,
you can
man.
actually
What
get
are,
your contender.
what are you? Are you a Virgo, Riley?
No, I'm Sagittarius, like you.
Ah, should
I think.
my bad.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, 29 November 1993.
Good job, man. I'm the 23rd.
What year were you born? How old are you again?
23rd, 1996.
Yeah. Okay. Nice. Means I'm older than you. Hey.
Little
Anyways,
bit.
dude. Wait, big fan. You and Shem. Big fan.
Thanks, man. Hey, Shem. Let's see a smile,
Yeah,
dude. Someone,
bro.
there's one person out there that doesn't want
Yeah.
you to off yourself.
Yeah, thank you, man.
Bro, we love you, Shem. Shem, you the man. But yeah, you two make a good live. That's what up.
Thank you,
I'm happy to be on the show as well. My phone's actually on 2%, so I will hop out. But I do appreciate you guys.
Sounds good, man.
Thanks, man. All right. Well, Mr. Buddha, we're waiting for you, dude.
We might actually get a Guinness World Record for slowest Bible read at this point.
Dude, whatever. Fucking read the Bible on your channel, dude.
Are you gonna join me?
We all know this is just an excuse to tell lacrosse stories and shame meat eaters. But whatever. So, just in case there's anyone out there who says, uh, plants don't want to be eaten, you're killing things when you eat plants. Can we at least have someone out here who agrees with this? Show of hands. Who agrees with the idea that plants don't want to be eaten?
I do to an extent, but it's not worth.
What?
I don't. I just don't know for sure. I mean, what can I say?
Plants. This is just. I need to see some genuine support for that notion that plants don't want to be eaten, or that vegans should feel bad about eating plants. Probably the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. I mean that. Oh my God. Plants feel. This is hilarious. Thank you. Thank you, Deus Vult. Okay. Now let's I want to introduce you guys to a little thing called logic. Okay? You ready? Plants feel pain. Why do they release chemicals when attacked? Well, that's a good one. I'm going to take a sec to think that one through. But in the meantime, let's just replace that with animals. And why the hell are you eating that to begin with? Animals feel pain. Why do they release adrenochrome when attacked or slaughtered? That's measurable. You can prove that. Animals feel pain. Why do you eat them when they release adrenochrome? Whatever. So
Valid argument, but to the plants thing, it's just they're designed to live. They're designed to want to live. So it's just a debate about whether or not just what the verses say. If you're going off the Bible, like, what are you allowed to eat? What are you supposed to eat? What are you not? Where does the line go?
it's pretty fucking obvious. Guys, read the Bible. In the beginning, you know what? Fuck the Bible. You don't have to even think about the Bible. Okay? Look at the human body. Everything about us is herbivorous and frugivorous, mostly frugivorous. We're frugivorous animals with a slight tendency towards herbivorous. My fucking cats are fighting. Hey, Ariane. Come here, mister. Come here, big boy. This is what a predator looks like. That's what a predator looks like. Hey, big boy. See this? Dominion. Hey, little baby. You hear him?
Oh yeah, got the vibrations.
There you go, guys. Free ASMR. At least somebody loves me. Fucking Shem over there. You know what, guys? I just read the Noahide laws. I think I'm gonna eat my cat. Hey, Rob.
Guys, read
Yeah, what's up?
the Bible.
Uh-oh, I hear myself.
You know what? You don't have to even think.
Is that how annoying I sound?
Look at the human body.
Can't even tell.
Look at the human body.
Hey, Rob. Oh my God. He's black.
Oh, you're at the smoke.
Hey, Rob. Hey, Rob, where are you calling us from and how long ago did you eat KFC? Yo, Rob.
Wow. Frozen.
Wait, do you guys hear that? What is that? What the hell is that?
All right, well,
Yo,
yeah.
dude, you're
Unfortunately, I got to peace out. Appreciate you having me. Shout out to the chat. Have a good night, everyone.
just like that. He's gone, man. He's gone. Rob wasn't in there either. Whatever. So there, believe it or not, there's a little bit more to this that I want to go over. Chapter 8. Or chapter 9. So here's just one thing real quick about plants not wanting to be eaten. Shem, I don't know how he reads the Bible so much, but is still so lost. We were given for food the fruit and herb bearing seed. So anyone who's thinking fruits and herbs don't want to be eaten are fools. Foolish. Fruit and herb bearing seed. When you eat those foods, you further the life cycle. You further the life cycle. You do as God does. You only create, you do not destroy. When you consume flesh, you destroy. Now you can take an onion and eat most of the onion and put it in the ground, and you'll get 5 onions. You can eat 99% of a potato, put the 1% back in the ground, and you'll get 5 potatoes. So please tell me what doesn't want to be eaten. Come on, guys. Let's use our brains here. Now, Rob, what's up, Rob? How you doing, buddy? Is this Mr. Buddha? All right, well, I'll let you hang in here while you get ready. But fruit wants to be eaten, 100%. Herb wants to be eaten. Fruit and herb bearing seed, they want to be eaten. God gave us them to eat. We're 6 feet tall or so, tall enough to pick the fruit. Our visible light spectrum is tuned perfectly to fruit and picking fruit out of trees. Yo, Josh, what's up?
Yo, what's up, brother?
Is this Mr. Buddha?
Nope. No, sure ain't.
Oh,
You've been roasting these motherfuckers, though.
whatever. I don't know, man. It's hard. I feel like it triggered a little girl sometimes.
You make some good points. You do. I'm not fully with you on the vegan thing, but you make a good argument.
Well, let's make it interesting.
Let's do it.
Why aren't you with it?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I hear a lot about these vegans not being able to procreate.
That is such nonsense. I would wager, I haven't done much measuring, but I'd wager that vegetarians have stronger erections. You can take that to the bank. That's verifiable, at least from where I'm standing. And let's just say every girl I've ever met that was also a vegetarian, because there ain't no way in hell I'm sticking any part of me close to a girl that's not a vegetarian. That's a one-way ticket to parasite party. Is having sex with a meat eater. Ugh. Oh my god! Nothing sends fucking shivers up my spine like having to crawl in bed with a carcass cruncher. Oh
Yeah.
my god! And I know, men. I can name 2 full-grown men who only have sexual relations with vegetarians and vegans because they don't like the way normal girls taste or smell or ugh. I mean,
Damn. That's
bro.
some good points.
So as far as procreating and like being actually fertile, and guys, let's just be honest. Okay, you can be a big, sweaty, heavy, greasy meat eater, biker, bro, whatever. You know, maybe you don't want to get taken out of your little fantasy world, and maybe you just want to be a tough guy, pretend you're a tough guy for the rest of your life. Whatever. Who cares? But do you want a tough, greasy, barbecue eating, fucking chicken wing addicted girlfriend?
Yeah.
Hell no.
Well, I don't.
Let's all get vegetarian girlfriends.
Where it
Can we all
comes
get them?
from, I definitely am with you on like the animals and giving them a good life and respecting animals and treating them with respect. I think the food system's fucked up, man. You're right. I study agriculture a lot. That's what I'm into.
Right.
I grow a lot of fruit, got a food forest, all that good stuff. So I hear what you're preaching about a lot of shit, and I'm with you. But we raise chickens and stuff. We give them a good life. We let them hatch out babies. We really don't eat a lot of them. I want to know how you feel about like eggs and fish and stuff.
You know, this is where I differ from most vegetarians. Minimize all meat, all flesh. But if you need to lean on eggs, go for it. If it helps you
Yeah.
not eat full corpses, hey, more power to you.
Yeah.
I'm not an egg guy. I never liked eggs growing up. I won't, make a huge fuss over something having egg as like a small ingredient, but
Yeah. I've
it's
been getting
just
into like,
to me,
I really
it's an
love raw
abortion.
fish, raw stuff like shellfish, seafood, like using our local resources here in Florida, going scalloping and stuff. I just love that stuff, and I feel like it's a part of our, nature, our God. Like we were supposed to be eating those scallops and stuff, like the Indians and shit. That's how I got into
Sure.
looking up like old Florida
Well, yeah,
history and looking up about fishing in Florida and history. And I
right,
found your videos. I've been watching you for a couple years, and I love
right,
all the videos and shit. They're sweet. But
right.
yeah, I
Well,
don't know. I just went to this
Jesus,
festival.
Jesus, Jesus handed out fish. That was
Yeah,
definitely his meeting people halfway. Jesus was a
yeah,
vegetarian. He would meet people halfway with fish. And also, the easy way out of the whole fish thing, the easy way out, which I never want to take, but is always there in my back pocket, just in case. We all know that Jesus is the fish. He didn't eat fish. Jesus simply was the fish. He is the age of Pisces. He ushered in the age of Pisces. Jesus was not a fisherman. He is the fisher of men. That's stated in the Bible explicitly. Now, like I said earlier, he's around fish and lamb as much as he's around leprosy and prostitution. His message was, I'm not above anything. Just because I'm a vegetarian or a Pythagorean, philosopher, I can still break bread with the lowest of the low. And fish is what he fed the lowest of the low. So,
yeah, yeah. We definitely. I mean, I don't know. I consider myself an outdoorsman. I don't really hunt a lot for like mammals and stuff. We do a lot of fishing, and it's definitely a big thing with like bleeding your fish. They say that really improves the quality that you were talking about, the adrenochrome and all that.
right.
And that's super interesting to me because all the people I know that do a lot of fishing, they say bleed if you bleed your fish and put it out of its misery, like as soon as you catch it, um,
Right.
that it improves the quality of the meat.
Absolutely. I'd have to agree. I mean, blood is the worst thing in the meat and it'll spoil meat. And that's why a lot of uh, hunters and stuff, bleed what they catch, drain it very, very quickly. And some hunters, it's the first thing you do. You
Yeah,
kill an animal, you rush to the body, and you let the blood run out because that's the most corrosive
for sure.
element.
Yeah, make it spoil. Yeah.
Right.
But
Yeah.
you're definitely preaching some good points, man. I love the show. I love the episodes. Love you. You'll talk to anybody. I think that's cool, But I don't know. Give
Totally.
the meat eaters some slack, Some not all of us are these evil,
Yeah.
greasy bastards.
Well, the slack is not knowing right from wrong. The slack
Yeah.
is not knowing that it was wrong. The moment somebody knows better, you have the obligation to do better.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
That's all. But yeah, man,
Oh yeah, bro. Keep up the good
appreciate
work.
you do.
Yeah.
I am Buddha, better not. Thanks, Josh. You have a good night, man. What do you say?
Tell that pussy to show up.
For real, man. For real.
All right, have a
Thank
good
you,
night, brother.
Josh. Good night. Is that dude still in the chat? He better be. Alex, this is a good point. If you don't have a male, the eggs aren't fertile, so you're not eating a soul yet. Well, yes and no. Was Jesus a soul? You know? I've seen plenty of eggs hatched from the supermarket. You can do it. You take enough eggs and run them through an incubator from the supermarket, one of them will hatch. So I don't know if the math is adding up on that one. I'm not sure if we know exactly how chickens become inseminated. And judging from how many eggs I've seen hatched from the supermarket, I think there's plenty of soul in there. And, no need for me. I don't need them. Very mucusy and smell like sulfur. Eggs just smell too sulfury. I love a good sulfur smell to like some water, some good spring water or something. Eggs are too sulfury. It's just nasty. Very mucusy and runny, and it's a fucking abortion. It's an abortion. Here, someone needs the link. Oh, there we go. Now I can see super chats. This is the first super chat that I saw. AGSB1, AGSMB123. Thanks for the $5. Appreciate it. Hey Buddha, for real, quit wasting my time. Come join in. But here, I want to talk about Ham and Shem and Japheth. There's a little funny little story here, but we're gonna skip around a little bit because it's getting late. But Ham, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Okay, and the little thing about uncovering their dad in the tent. It's a little funny one, but it's interesting about some racial origins, right? Racial origins. You've got arguably the beginning of the races right here, right? Shem, Ham, and Japheth. When Ham sees his father's nakedness, he kind of ridicules it or mocks it or goes to tell his brothers. Now, it's a funny little story, right? This is just one interpretation, but I've heard it from some Moors, that the reason that white Masons don't wear the reason that white Masons do wear an apron is going back to this. And the reason that black Masons don't wear an apron also goes back to this. So what's being said here, we can infer and use a sense of humor. Ham is believed to be the progenitors of dark-skinned people. Shem is believed to be the progenitor of yellow-skinned people. Japheth is believed to be the progenitor of white-skinned people. Now, Ham, the black race, is the most reproductively endowed, you could say. Right? They're packing. Shem, on the other hand, is not at all packing. Right? Japheth is somewhere in the middle. Okay? And it's because of this and the uncovering of their father that they were kind of ranked. And you could even look at it as the punishment for ridiculing his dad's genitalia was an absurdly large genitalia and pitch black skin. And the same way that you look at Greek philosophers. Oh, I am the Buddha. What's up, man? We got I am the Buddha. Okay, Buddha's in the house, guys. So give me a sec here. But Ham being dark-skinned with the largest genitalia is almost like a punishment. You could say it's a blessing, and most people probably would say it's a blessing. But why is it a punishment? Well, the Greek philosophers were depicted with tiny little wieners, right? And the Irish are often remembered as having tiny wieners too. Is it because their wieners are actually tiny? Nope. No problem there. It's because being depicted with a small one is kind of like your artistic way of saying that area of life does not hold sway over me. That I'm so disinterested in fornication that you can depict me with the tiniest little wiener there is. And it's like the ultimate, it's like wearing pink because you're a big tough guy, right? It's like, yeah, I'll wear pink. I don't give a shit. Hey, Mr. Sculptor. I know I'm jacked. But can you do me a favor and just make my wiener super fucking tiny? Thanks, man. I want everyone in the future to know how temperate I was and how ungoverned by those faculties I am. So that's the that's the badge of honor that that tiny genitalia is. And large genitalia is you'll see in ancient art. Sometimes they have giant dicks. And people who came after that tended to look at that as fornication. Like if that part of your body is so large, you're governed by that part of your body and you're a slave to that part of your body. So whatever. Funny little thing about the covering of the nakedness and the father. And I've heard some very intelligent Moorish gentlemen explain that that's the reason why white Masons and other groups of Masons wear the apron, and the large, darker skinned people don't wear aprons in Masonry. So, on that note, on the topic of tiny, shriveled white penis, introducing I am the Buddha, everyone.
Oh, hey, how's it going?
What's up, dude?
You looking for someone to rip on here?
Sorry?
You looking for someone to rip on here? I got some delicious chicken skewer going.
So, what was it that that we disputed earlier on that we wanted to talk about?
Well, I don't think I think you're just kind of looking for trouble. You see my cat back there. She's hungry too.
Will anyone remind me what Buddha said that got me riled up earlier on? Well, you're not fat, but you're not
I'm
fat.
not an overweight, angry Trump. I don't know. You called me a bunch of names for some reason, and then you challenged me to come on camera. So I came
you're
on
not-
camera to say hello.
You're not fat, but you are bald.
Well, that's like you were saying about your hairline. This has been pretty steady since I was in high school, but I do choose to cut it off. I'm getting gray now, though. That's my problem. That's a new thing.
Well,
But it's nice to meet you, Mr. Well, thanks for showing my former tweets here. We'll find a good one here. This is like if if the deep state took over everything and they had their wet dream it would be to have all of us on camera connected to our social media accounts, and then they could just scroll backwards and just find the most offensive thing they could find from our past, and then they could use that against us to attack us, you know?
Like like the controllers, you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's pretty obvious that Twitter and social media and YouTube and all that shit's being manipulated right now.
I think if there were any race of controllers or whatever, I think they'd
Race?
be pretty.
I I don't think it has.
I think
It doesn't have anything to do with race.
I think that'd be pretty hell bent on having us eat adrenochrome and corpses.
I think it's much more of a natural thing where historically, if you just eat protein, you get stronger. If you eat milk, you get stronger. You don't see a lot of like you don't see a lot of people who are vegetarian. There aren't a lot of examples. Maybe it's just there aren't a lot of vegetarians. And I'm sorry, I'm talking with my mouth full of chicken right now, but there aren't a lot of examples of like. I mean, you got Tom Brady is like probably your goat, who eats like the most pussy kind of diet. Excuse me, but you know, who's like more vegan. He doesn't. I don't even know if he eats meat. But you know, if you look at his physique, like he's not ripped or anything. And I'm not saying I'm ripped or something because I eat meat, but like he doesn't look like he could hold up in the UFC. He doesn't have that typical muscular.
So would holding up in the UFC qualify for someone with a low IQ like you?
Why are you trying to be insulting for no reason?
You signed up for this. You joined in to dispute a contentious topic. And then don't play passive aggressive. You know what you signed up for.
Well,
You're eating meat like a little fapulating pedivore on my YouTube channel, as if you just got invited onto Fox News and you're protesting Antifa.
I told you what I was doing. You invited me on camera. I came on camera.
Right. Well, let's just get back.
I'm pretty sure I'm not insulting your intelligence or being mean to you in general or being mean spirited, you know.
Well, you know I'm intelligent. So, all vegetarians are pretty dang.
Like, why are you talking about, are you just doing this for views? Like talking about like posting?
No, it actually.
Because usually you talk about astrology stuff, like a shitload of stuff about astrology, which I couldn't give half a shit about, but you're really informed about it. But here you are talking about the Bible, and then you get kind of distracted after a few minutes and pick fights with people like me for some reason.
I've got plenty of energy for fights, and there's plenty of losers who need to get corrected. So what better thing could I be doing with my time and energy than correcting fallacy? The Bible and astrology go hand in hand. I don't know how you don't see that. I mean, it's almost like you're coming up with things to argue about. Of course, astrology and the Bible go hand in hand. But let's just rewind to your point about the UFC. If there's one thing that I can impart to you, I am the Buddha. I appreciate you signing up and showing your face. I do appreciate that. I commend it. And you're welcome to stay as long as you like. But if there's one thing that I can impart to you, it would be the blessing of logic. It's very easy and simple to lay out to people. It's actually very much a process of watching where you step and not misstepping. And actually, you can come away seeming a lot smarter than you are if you just keep your mouth shut. That's something that I could learn a lot more from too.
Yes.
Now, when you say it doesn't look like they could fare well in the UFC, you've pretty much tied your shoes together and pushed yourself off the elevator because you have dozens of vegetarians and vegans who excel in the UFC. Two of my favorite happen to be some of the best who've ever done it, Nick and Nate Diaz, not to mention a whole lot of others. I just like them because they're mean, they're tough, they're triathletes, they're running laps right now while you're sitting on your chair.
They can't really finish a fight either.
They can't finish a fight. Okay, I'd like you to see. I'd like to see you go 1 second.
I'm not saying. Nate Diaz
tapped Conor McGregor, made it look easy. Nick Diaz has fought some of the strongest, toughest men in the world. Both those men have gone up in weight, and they are triathletes. They excel so on a vegetarian diet. You are aware that Navy SEALs are fed largely vegetarian against their will, right? And that they'll cook meat on the weekends and grill stuff here and there, but they are fed very largely. Carbohydrates is the bulk of their diet because you need energy. You know, my dad was very smart, but he wasn't that smart because in the morning he used to say, eat your protein, it'll give you energy. You got a lot of these low IQ meat eaters
That's
who
not
just
even how people
regurgitate.
think about it, though. It's about building muscle. I mean,
Okay.
I mean that's just common
Well-
sense. I mean, you know that you eat a big pasta dinner before you like run a marathon or you play a big game or you
Okay.
do an event. If you played lacrosse, you know this kind of stuff, right?
Okay, so hang on. Let's now when you're playing chess with
Like
someone,
you can't just assume that if somebody eats meat,
hang on. When you're playing chess with someone, you're granted the satisfaction of when you trap their king or queen. Right, you trap the queen. You say, checkmate. Checkmate, I am the Buddha. Your argument's flawed. You've got weak sauce to come with. You thought that showing up with the chicken would do half the battle for you. You brought up
invited me into your room and I said I was eating a nice chicken skewer and I showed up and I said hello. I
Right.
asked you some questions that are
Well,
relevant to the things that
listen,
you talk
I don't
about.
know. I don't know what your gene pool's looking like, but telling me that Tom Brady wouldn't do well in the UFC is essentially having shit for brains. Because you've got vegetarians who tear up in the UFC.
I'm
So, I mean,
Mr. Doctor
Will
Long.
you
I
say-
want to apologize. I want to apologize
check?
to you. I want
check
to
or checkmate.
I want to apologize to you. I had no idea that eating chicken in front of you was going to be this much of a thing. I wasn't. I thought I would just show up and be a meat-eating person that wasn't a fat slob wearing like a MAGA hat and being a dipshit and stuff. So I apologize. I shouldn't have shown up with chicken.
I could care less. I'm not at all triggered. You realize I can look outside my here. Pay attention, okay? I can look out my window and see the losers.
I can't. My perspective doesn't change when your head shifts. I need to see the camera shift.
I can see the losers out the window eating the same thing you're eating. So it's not like that triggers me. And you signed in, you joined with like the most weak, emotionally targeting, like Fox News going on to Hannity. Yeah, I'm gonna show up with a ribeye in my mouth. I'm gonna show up with that'll teach them. Oh, that triggered little vegetarian will be crying. No, it's pretty weak, and you're just another passive aggressive, weasel. You join in, so I shouldn't hate on you too much, but
I'm just the
Yeah,
guest. You're like Fox News. If this is your if you're going to use this
Yes.
comparison.
yeah, what I'm referring to is like when Jesse Waters had a vegetarian on his show, and the whole bit was
You're making it sound like it's
to
my
get
show.
him talking.
It's your show.
And then he starts eating the steak in front, as if that's
Mhm.
doing the talking. Yeah, so I love Donald Trump. I don't know where you're going with that either, but whatever. I guess you're more docile than meat eaters pretend to be.
Well, I like your channel, Dr. Longo. I watch your videos, so I don't hate you or anything. So you shouldn't think that I'm an enemy just because I eat meat.
Don't think you're an enemy. I spend all day long educating you. Why would you call me an enemy?
All right. You're really fun. I like the banter is actually pretty good. It's actually like it's borderline, Fox News. You're not backing down an inch. You're just you're riding that line just like you would as if you were a newscaster. It's quite well done.
Ooh. Spend all day teaching. You're welcome. Appreciate you joining in, but come on, man. Let's be real.
Well-
The habits that you're doing a poor job of defending are dirty. They're unjust. They're admonished in the Bible. They'll lead only to an early grave. More painful conditions, ailments.
I asked to see a study that shows that people who vegetarians live.
Okay. Can you please show me that a study that wearing an orange shirt doesn't mean you're a complete faggot?
Again, like you're getting very personal very quickly, and I'm just asking.
No. We're just pointing out fallacy. Can you show me a study that anything you do amounts to something you think it does?
Well, you just made a claim, and I said, okay, can you back that claim up with something that exists in reality? And then you said, can you prove that wearing an orange shirt doesn't make you a faggot or something? And like that's your idea of a debate, like a normal rational debate or something?
A little bit.
Again, like this is really hostile. Like I don't think I've said anything mean to you for any reason. Like
you're being pretty boring for the fucking people who signed up to see you defend meat eating at least.
Click the X button and just nope out of here.
Like, no, you're here. I invited you, like you said. This is fun, but let's just.
I'm not holding you off.
I'm showing you the logic.
I've actually been.
Can you show me a study? Hang on. Can you show me a study that the Earth is actually round? Can you show me a study that the V was good for you? Can you show me a study? Can you show me a study that incest is not bad? Can you show me a study that?
Yeah, there's studies that.
Right.
Show
Okay. So this is what happens when you eat meat. You lose your common sense. You lose common sense, and you start relying on others because a guilty conscience removes one of all their own power. You have to seek to other. People with a guilty conscience automatically cling to authority figures because they know they do not have the moral aptitude to tell right from wrong and to live a whole life by their own steps, their own straight and narrow path. They're strangers to this type of lifestyle. Okay? But, you said, show me a study that what?
Like, I don't have anything to be ashamed of.
No, but you came up here to defend, you antagonized me in the comments, and now you act like we're best friends on screen, like most of the people do.
I would give you shit if you were my friend.
Yeah, me too. But I actually also don't even remember what I invited you on here for initially. But,
I think you just.
Oh no! Oh, hang on.
Like
were you the one who said, "Show me the hairline"? That was you?
Oh, yeah, I got you on that one. The heroin pissed you off. And that was the funniest thing, because I thought the second that you come on here, you might have remembered that.
It didn't piss me off. No, it didn't piss me off. It pissed you off because you're bald and you're looking at me with utter envy. You watch my show with envy. Let's come on, grow your hair out in like 6 months and call back in. Let's see where you go.
The most envious part of your show is the old school intro. I don't know if you're still using it, but the Miami Vice kind of theme, that shit's good shit.
All right. Well, pretty weak. I don't know. I invited you on to stand and contend your points like a man.
I'm just a meat eater, and we're not all bad people. Like we're decent people. We're just like.
Who says they're bad people?
I'm just saying, I'm just a dude.
That's what a guilty conscience sounds like. You sound like a kid who got brought into the principal's office.
No, I'm like a kid who is like, I got an A. Why are you punishing me?
No, I don't know about that.
But no, I totally
Right,
respect
that's-
being a vegetarian.
You literally did. You so this
I've been
all started off
pescatarian for
because
every day.
you commented about didn't piss me off, by the way. I ripped my hat off in glee to prove you wrong. And I was hoping you'd be like a little rat in the garage, like the other guy, where hey, what was that? Flick on the lights. Yep, there goes the rat scurrying away. You actually showed up, and I'll give you credit for that. But come on, bro. You show up with a bald head to a hair fight. You show you showed up with a wig to a hair fight, bro. You got wrecked. Didn't even we could have just left the audio off the entire time. We should have left the audio off the whole time, and you would have received twice the blow to your self-esteem. All right, man. But for real, I make all these good videos. Can we at least get an LOL in the chat that this guy's bald and he joined making fun of my hairline?
Oh, the other question I had was with that hat. Someone thought it was a MAGA hat and you got offended. And then it was like something else. It says, make something else great again.
Make your mom's ass fucking fat again.
You're so triggered, dude.
That's not triggered. This is a quote.
You're so hostile. You're so openly hostile.
To quote you, no. Hostility is everywhere in the mind of the weak little prey. If you're a weak little nothing that's afraid of the world, everything's hostile. And a 150-pound vegetarian on the other end of a camera is hostile. I don't know, bro. I think you're high on adrenochrome right now.
And at like 155, tough guy. So like, man up. I don't think either of us think we're any bigger behind the keyboards here. We're about the same fucking size. You're probably taller than I am, but same weight.
All right. So you eat meat and you weigh how much?
153 right now.
Okay, and I don't eat any meat, and that's probably precisely what I weigh.
Yeah, but I'm like 5'6". You're probably like 5'10" or something.
Oh man, I won't even touch that, man. Sorry.
You can make fun of short people. You think that's gonna like you think like calling me a faggot and all the other shit. You're like, I'm not gonna go over the line and make fun of short people.
No. For real, man, that's just too low for me.
The fuck? Fuck off, dude. That's fuck you, dude. Fuck you.
So just so you know, this type of gall, this type of anything goes. Make fun of me for anything. I'll make fun of you for anything. I'll tell you where it comes from. I am the Buddha, and this will be a little Easter egg treat for all the people who've made it this far. Okay. In my last life, I was a 5'4" gay interior designer. That's the truth.
You got to say like you can't just leave it at that. You got to say like, what the fuck does that mean? Your former life?
Yep. And then I banged your mom, and you came out. Peace. But for real though, I gotta sign off here. It's getting a little late. But no, I'm only joking. Won't let you go like that. Only
Don't worry.
that is true though. That last part is true.
No, at least you got some good zingers in there at the end. All right. Have a good night, buddy.
Well, thanks. What's your real name?
I'm not gonna fucking dox myself on your weird ass channel here.
All right.
Mr.
Okay.
fucking Longo.
Mr. What?
Mr. Whatever the fuck you call yourself, buddy.
It's Dr. Narco Longo at the Florida Department of Magic. What the fuck are you doing with your life?
Yeah, I'm the Buddha. The exact
You're what?
same. I'm the Buddha. Just like that. Just as a legitimate title.
I swear to God, all the people that I bring on at the end of live streams to argue with are almost all like the same exact person. Like I swear the last guy that came on and I put the dog balls up on the screen. I swear, it was like the same guy as this guy. But no, for real.
What do you mean?
I am
Appearance or like a demeanor, or what do you mean?
a little bit of both. But in all seriousness, I was 5'4" and gay in the last life. So there's no judgment, there's no hate or anything. And meat, I wish you would have put the gloves on so we could do the meat versus veggie argument justice. Come on, bro.
I think I
Put the gloves on, dude. When you get hit, don't just deflate and be
just
like,
by showing up and you assuming that I was going to be a fat slob. I think I did as much of a point as I needed to do there.
okay,
Not all
whatever.
bad people, all right?
Well, just remember. Was this an insecurity thing?
No, I was just talking shit. I always talk shit in chat rooms. It's just nobody
Okay.
ever says like come on camera and like persist with it. If you persist with it, I'll go to my fucking work computer and grab my camera and show up. It's not a big deal. It's like I'm not ashamed of anything I say online. I'll talk shit, yeah, but like I'll talk shit in person too.
All right, man. Well, for real though, no ill will. Thanks for signing on.
No, you
And
bet. Keep up the good work. I love your shit.
thanks, man.
You bet. Have a good night.
Carcass cruncher. I'm only teasing. All right, guys. Hey, so what do you think about the Shem, Ham, and Japheth dick jokes? Origin of Freemasonry? Schlong measuring contests? I don't know, guys. What do you think? Drop a eggplant emoji in the chat if if you're Team Ham. Drop a mushroom emoji if you're Team Japheth, and drop a little sashimi emoji if you're Team Shem. So, yeah, we're gonna wind it up here, wind it down, and chapter 8 and chapter 9. That's what we did today. We're gonna cover chapter 10 coming up soon here. So, thanks to I Am the Buddha for joining in. And here we're gonna promote the stuff. We gotta promote the stuff. Don't go anywhere, guys. Boom. If you're wanting to read some books, you want to buy some crystals, well, guess what, guys? Shit, I have that super chat up like the whole time. DancingElephant.com. Okay. Oh, sorry, DancingElephant.shop. I always get this fucking wrong. Hardest part of my life is doing this fucking little script. Boom. Old World, Florida. Oh my god. My brain can't do my soul doesn't let me try and make money. I swear to God. I have DancingElephant.shop. Use the code OWF. You can buy some crystals, some books, lots of good stuff. We got Bibles too. You can buy some Bibles. Well, not everything's on the website, but we're working towards it. And we're going to be making an Old World Florida tab so you can get all the stuff in one little section. But DancingElephant.shop, use the code OWF. There's some stuff on there that's like hundreds of dollars. If you use the code, you get a full 10% off. That's a lot of money. You're buying $800 worth of stuff. You just saved $80, right? But there's stuff on there that's expensive. So, a 10% discount is worth it and counts for a lot. We got books, crystals, tarot decks, other stuff. Well, what else we got? We got the Moringa Man. Maybe you don't want to read. Maybe you don't like crystals. I'm sure you do like both, but maybe you want something to ingest. Maybe you're like the last guy who's worried about vitamins and fucking nutrients and shit. Whatever. You want to work out, go get some supplements. And the Moringa Man. Moringa is the #1 supplement in the world. It is a superfood. It's been called the cure to world hunger. It's got more vitamin C than oranges. It's got more iron than spinach and all this stuff. It's a whole bunch of superlatives. Moringa is amazing for you. So it's themoringaman.com. Themoringaman.com. The code on there is Old World Florida spelt out all the way. So you can buy some moringa. That's like it's just one ingredient. It's a leaf. And it's just a shredded leaf, like a blended up leaf. It grows all over Florida. Really, really good for you. It's my friend's company. It's a Florida company. And the code's Old World Florida. I think you get 15% off on this one, maybe. Yeah, it's 10 or 15, I forget. But yeah, use my code, help me out. Then we've got Sip Blue, guys. Sip Blue. You've got Sip Blue, which is butterfly pea flower tea. One ingredient. It comes out blue. It's like blue Gatorade. It's super, super good for you. This detoxes the blood. It's amazing for circulation. Helps the blood circulate to every inch of your body. And it's just very good for you. Also a superfood. Also one ingredient. Couldn't be simpler and fresher. Also my buddy's company in Florida. Michael is the mastermind behind Sip Blue. He hosted our last meetup in St. Petersburg. So shout out to Michael. And he's a friend. You know, none of these are strangers. Like the two companies that I promote on the show, they're my friends. They're Floridians. They came to my meetups, hung out with me a year. Both of them I've known for a year before I ever even promoted their products or anything. So yeah. And buy some Sip Blue. It's really good for you. They've got other stuff on the website too. Shilajit, I think. Yeah, Shilajit is on there. I don't have the whole spiel on that yet, but Shilajit's really good for you too. So reactivate your blue blood, your Atlantean DNA, guys. Come on now. All right. And we actually got a little word from our sponsor here. Got a little word from our sponsor, Sip Blue. Let's see what we got. This is what we're going to close with. Thank you, guys. Drop some oranges in the chat if you appreciated it. Hopefully I wasn't too mean to I Am the Buddha. You know, I don't know what's going on. I thought he was going to come in to debate, vegetarian versus meat, whatever. I don't like harassing people for no reason. But if someone hops in the chat room, if they antagonize me a little bit, they're going to be invited into the chat room. So props to him for joining in, showing his face. He wasn't fat. I'll give him that. Wasn't fat. Was a decently handsome guy, but was bald, and that's got to count for something. Calling out my hairline and bald. I've got a great hairline, and let's do better than that. But he was a good Chad, and happy to have him in our ranks. All the meat eaters out there, I'm only tough on you as a brother. As a brother or to a sister. That's all. Don't think anyone's an asshole for eating meat. Don't think anyone's going to hell for eating meat. But it's probably the quickest way there. I mean, let's be real, right? It's the judgment that you judge when you don't commit a crime. Are you being judgmental when you don't commit a crime, when you don't commit murder? Is it judgmental to not commit murder? Is it judgmental to say murderers belong in prison? So judgment is a very watered down word today. I think meat eaters need to do better. I think they all have guilty conscience. I think that was pretty on display, the guilty conscience, with any of the meat eaters I have on. And whatever. That's why that happens. It's not what I love to do, but I do like to debate. I like to debate. I have energy for it, believe it or not. It does not affect me the way other people might say. Like, you know, I don't get drained after conflict or anything like that. So people say, like, why waste energy on it? Well, I've got plenty of energy. And I actually feel a sense of righteousness to go after people who espouse meat eating and things like that. Definitely. So I like what I do. I like standing up for vegetarianism. It's funny. It's fun too. I like having fun and teasing people. Men need to talk like that. Again, by the way, men need to be tough on each other. Men need to bully each other a little bit. I wish someone was fucking, he did a good job of holding his own, but man, can someone be fucking man enough to bully me a little bit? Can we get someone with enough authority to hold me to a higher standard? Maybe. Why is it always, Dr. Longo, your standard's too high for me? Dr. Longo, you put the bar too high. Where's the person who's going to say, hey, Dr. Longo, why haven't you been fasting? Dr. Longo, you can be doing better in these areas. It's always guilty conscience defending themselves. Okay. Righteous people aren't afraid to turn the sights around on others, because they expect that in return. I want to be held to a high standard, like I said. Blah, blah, blah. So we're talking about the Bible. And if you're surprised that we went into a long-winded, triggered vegan rant, then this isn't the channel for you. This is clearly that channel. This is the channel where we do triggered vegan rants, and yeah. So if you like the Jekyll Island videos, if you like the hidden Irish history of America videos, well, this comes along with it. All right, drop some oranges in the chat for show some appreciation for Brandon helping us out backstage. We've got a on the screen here, yeah. New video is out. Mushrooms of Florida. Magic mushrooms of Florida. The forbidden fruit and philosopher's stone. Go hit up the new video. It's about mushrooms, the Garden of Eden, tree of knowledge of good and evil, the philosopher's stone. Hell yeah. All right, guys. Thank you. We're going to go to sleep here. We did get through chapter 8 and chapter 9. And next time we're going to talk about chapter 10 and 11, because these are pretty short chapters. So 10 and 11, we're going to talk about next time. All right, guys. Everyone have a good night. Thanks for joining in. Hope we didn't hurt anyone's feelings. Peace. Oh, wait, we got a word from our sponsor. Ooh. Oh,
what
shit.
feels like to sip through.
Oh, shit.
Reactivate Brandonian DNA with Sip Blue. The ancient gods were blue and so is their blood. Return your blood to blue by drinking Sip Blue, the flower of life. Sip Blue is a tea made from a single ingredient, butterfly pea flower. Buy Sip Blue with promo code OWF for 10% off at sipblue.com. Sip Blue is a Florida-owned business.